Welcome, young wizard, to a gentle journey through every enchantment ever spoken in the magical world. Tonight, as moonlight filters through ancient castle windows and the fires of countless hearths burn low, let these words guide you through the complete library of spells that have shaped wizarding history. From the simplest light charm to the most complex magical theory, we shall explore each incantation with the reverence it deserves. Close your eyes and drift into this comprehensive chronicle of magical knowledge, where every spell tells a story and every word carries the weight of centuries-old wisdom. In the quiet moments before dawn, when the first stirrings of magic begin to pulse through ancient castle walls, there exists a collection of spells so fundamental, so essential to wizarding life, that they form the very foundation upon which all magical education rests. These are not the flashy curses that capture headlines in the Daily Prophet, nor the complex enchantments that require years of study to master. They are, instead, the gentle building blocks of magical existence, the spells that transform ordinary witches and wizards into confident practitioners of an art that has shaped civilization for millennia. The story of every magical education begins with a single word, spoken in darkness with the hope of calling forth light. Lumos, perhaps the most universally known incantation in the wizarding world, yet profound in its simplicity and infinite in its applications. When a nervous first-year student raises their wand for the very first time and whispers this ancient word, they are participating in a ritual that connects them to countless generations of magical folk who have sought to banish darkness through the power of their will made manifest. The light that springs from the tip of a properly cast Lumos charm is more than mere illumination. It represents the fundamental principle that underlies all magic, the ability of focused intention to alter the physical world in ways that transcend natural law. The warm, steady glow that emanates from an 11-inch piece of wood has comforted lost travelers, guided midnight adventures, and provided the reassuring presence of controlled magic in situations where darkness might otherwise overwhelm the spirit. But Lumos is merely the beginning of a family of light creation spells that demonstrate the endless creativity of magical innovation. Lumos Maxima transforms the gentle glow into a brilliant burst of illumination capable of lighting entire rooms or signaling across great distances. The magic required for this enhancement involves not just increased power but refined control, as the difference between helpful brightness and blinding flash lies in the caster's ability to modulate their magical output with precision that comes only through years of practice. Lumos Solemn represents perhaps the most specialized variation, creating light that carries the specific properties of sunlight itself. This particular application demonstrates how magical theory can be applied to solve problems that mundane solutions cannot address. When faced with creatures that are harmed or repelled by natural sunlight, the ability to conjure solar illumination becomes not just convenient but potentially life-saving. The spell requires deep understanding of what makes sunlight different from other forms of light, its particular wavelength, its magical resonance, its connection to the natural cycles that govern much of magical creature behavior. The mastery of light creation spells teaches young wizards their first lessons about the relationship between magical theory and practical application. Understanding that different types of light serve different purposes, that power must be balanced with control, and that even the simplest spells can be refined and improved through study and practice. These concepts form the philosophical foundation for all subsequent magical education. From the creation of light, students naturally progress to the manipulation of objects through space, beginning with what is perhaps the most famous spell in all of magical education. Wingardium Leviosa carries with it not just the power to lift physical objects, but the weight of countless frustrated attempts, patient instruction, and eventual triumph that marks every young wizard's journey toward competence. The Levitation charm represents a quantum leap in magical complexity from light creation, where Lumos requires only the focusing of magical energy into a specific form. Wingardium Leviosa demands the precise application of force in defiance of one of nature's most fundamental laws. Gravity affects all things equally, yet through the proper combination of wand, movement, vocal emphasis, and magical intention, a 12-year-old student can make a feather dance through the air as though weightless. The famous incident involving Hermione Granger's correction of Ron Weasley's pronunciation has become legendary, not just for its humor, but for its illustration of how magical precision extends beyond mere technique into the realm of linguistic accuracy. The difference between Leviosa and Leviosa represents more than phonetic preference. It demonstrates that magic operates according to principles as exact as any science, where the slightest variation in execution can mean the difference between elegant success and embarrassing failure. The progression from levitating feathers to lifting furniture, people, and eventually entire structures shows how fundamental spells can be scaled and adapted for increasingly complex applications. A master of levitation magic doesn't simply cast the same spell more powerfully. They understand the underlying principles well enough to modify their approach based on the object's weight, composition, and intended destination. Lifting a delicate glass ornament requires different magical considerations than levitating a heavy trunk, just as moving objects horizontally presents different challenges than simple vertical elevation. The psychological impact of successfully performing Wingardium Leviosa cannot be overstated. For many young witches and wizards, this spell represents their first experience with magic that produces dramatic, visible results that cannot be dismissed as coincidence or imagination. When a solid object responds to their will and rises into the air in defiance of everything they previously understood about physical reality, they cross a threshold that separates them forever from the purely mundane world of their birth. But mastery of levitation brings with it responsibilities that extend far beyond the classroom. Objects suspended in midair can become dangerous projectiles if control is lost. The ability to lift people carries obvious potential for both rescue and harm. Even the simple act of levitating furniture during household cleaning requires awareness of one's surroundings and the possible consequences of magical manipulation in confined spaces. From manipulation of objects in space, magical education naturally progresses to manipulation of objects' accessibility through the famous unlocking charm. Alohomora represents humanity's eternal desire to overcome barriers, to access what has been hidden or protected, to move freely through spaces that others might wish to keep secure. Yet with this power comes an immediate introduction to the ethical complexities that permeate all magical practice. The spell itself is elegantly simple in execution. A gentle wave of the wand accompanied by clear pronunciation of the incantation produces magical force that can overcome most conventional locks and latches. The magic works by interfacing with the mechanical components of locking mechanisms, essentially convincing them to release their hold without requiring the proper key or combination. For students studying the theoretical foundations of magic, Alohomora provides an excellent example of how magical energy can be precisely directed to produce specific mechanical effects. But the ease with which the unlocking charm can be learned and applied raises immediate questions about privacy, security, and the appropriate use of magical abilities. Educational institutions must balance teaching students valuable and potentially life-saving magic with ensuring that they understand the moral and legal implications of using such abilities inappropriately. The ability to unlock any door carries with it the responsibility to respect others' privacy and property rights, even when the magical means to violate them are readily available. The charm's limitations provide important lessons about the relationship between magical and mundane security. While Alohomora can overcome simple mechanical locks, it proves ineffective against magical protections, advanced security systems, and doors that have been specifically warded against unauthorized entry. This teaches young wizards that magical solutions are not universal, that understanding the nature of the obstacles they face is essential for determining the appropriate response. The historical applications of Alohomora demonstrate how even simple spells can have profound impacts on wizarding society. The ability to overcome locked barriers has enabled countless rescues, investigations, and escapes throughout magical history. Yet, it has also facilitated break-ins, unauthorized access, and violations of privacy that have shaped the development of increasingly sophisticated magical security measures. Modern magical architecture incorporates protections specifically designed to counter unlocking charms, creating an ongoing evolution between those who would restrict access and those who possess the knowledge to overcome such restrictions. This technological arms race mirrors similar developments in the mundane world, where security measures constantly evolve in response to new methods of circumvention. The repair charm, Reparo, introduces students to magic's capacity for restoration and healing, representing hope that damage need not be permanent, and that patient application of magical knowledge can restore what has been broken or lost. In a world where magical accidents, mischievous spells, and simple clumsiness regularly result in damaged objects, the ability to return things to their original state provides both practical utility and philosophical comfort. The magic underlying Reparo operates on principles of restoration and reconstruction that require the caster to understand not just what an object looks like when undamaged, but how its various components fit together to create functional wholeness. Successfully repairing a broken teacup requires magical analysis of ceramic composition, understanding of the original shape and proportions, and precise application of force to reunite separated pieces without creating weaknesses that might cause future failures. The spell's effectiveness varies dramatically based on the nature and extent of damage being addressed. Fresh breaks in simple materials like glass or wood respond well to basic repair magic, often leaving objects stronger than they were originally. Complex mechanical devices with multiple moving parts require more sophisticated understanding of their internal workings. Ancient damage, particularly when magical deterioration is involved, may prove beyond the scope of simple repair charms and require more advanced restoration techniques. The limitations of Reparo provide important lessons about the boundaries of magical intervention. Objects that have been completely destroyed, reduced to component elements, or fundamentally altered through transfiguration cannot be restored through basic repair magic. Living tissue damaged by magical means often requires specialized healing spells rather than simple restoration charms. These limitations teach students to understand the difference between damage that can be reversed and change that must be accepted and adapted to. The philosophical implications of repair magic extend far beyond simple object maintenance. In a world where magical conflicts regularly result in widespread destruction, the ability to restore what has been damaged represents hope for recovery and renewal. Communities devastated by dark magic can rebuild not just physically, but spiritually, through the knowledge that patient application of restoration magic can overcome even severe damage. Yet repair magic also raises questions about the value of original versus restored objects, the accumulation of magical history within repaired items, and the psychological impact of knowing that something has been broken and mended. rather than remaining continuously whole. These philosophical considerations become particularly relevant when dealing with objects that have sentimental value or historical significance. The summoning charm Accio represents perhaps the most immediately practical spell in the foundational curriculum, offering solutions to the eternal human problems of misplaced objects, items stored in inconvenient locations, and the simple desire to obtain something without the effort of physically retrieving it. Yet beneath this surface, practicality lies magical theory of considerable complexity and power. The magic that enables objects to fly across rooms, through doorways, and around obstacles to reach the caster's hand operates according to principles that challenge basic understanding of physics and spatial relationships. The summoned object doesn't simply move in a straight line toward its destination, but navigates around barriers, through openings, and along paths that minimize damage to both the object itself and anything it might encounter during its journey. The range limitations of Accio provide important lessons about magical efficiency and the relationship between distance and magical effort. Objects within the same room respond easily to summoning magic, requiring minimal energy expenditure and producing reliable results. Items in adjacent areas or floors of the same building require more concentrated effort and clearer mental focus on the desired object. Attempting to summon objects from great distances or unfamiliar locations can prove exhausting and often unsuccessful. Teaching students to understand their magical limitations and work within them, the psychological component of summoning magic cannot be overlooked. Successful use of Accio requires clear mental visualization of the desired object, including its size, shape, texture, and location. Vague or uncertain mental images produce correspondingly unreliable results, sometimes summoning unexpected items that match only part of the caster's mental picture. This requirement for mental clarity teaches students the importance of focused concentration and detailed observation in all magical practice. The ethical implications of summoning magic mirror those found in unlocking charms, as the ability to call objects to oneself can easily be misused to take things that rightfully belong to others. Educational instruction in Accio must therefore include discussion of property rights, appropriate applications, and the importance of obtaining permission before summoning objects that don't belong to the caster. Advanced applications of summoning magic demonstrate how fundamental spells can be refined and enhanced through deeper understanding and increased magical power. Master practitioners can summon multiple objects simultaneously, call items to locations other than their immediate vicinity, and even use summoning magic as a combat technique by calling weapons from opponents' hands or summoning environmental objects to use as shields or projectiles. The transformation magic introduced through Vera Verto represents students' first encounter with the profound art of transfiguration, where the fundamental nature of objects can be altered through the application of magical will guided by theoretical understanding. The spell that transforms animals into water goblets demonstrates both the incredible power available to trained wizards and the precise control required to wield such power safely and effectively. The magical theory underlying transfiguration operates on principles that challenge basic assumptions about the nature of matter and identity. When a mouse becomes a goblet, what happens to the mouse's consciousness, its life force, its individual identity? The magic that enables such transformations suggests that the boundaries between different forms of existence are more fluid than mundane understanding would indicate, subject to alteration by those who possess sufficient knowledge and skill. The complexity of transfiguration magic requires understanding not just of the starting and ending states, but of the gradual process of change that connects them. Successful transformation proceeds through intermediate stages, where the object exhibits characteristics of both original and final forms. Managing this transition requires constant attention and adjustment, as partial transformations can produce unstable or dangerous results. The concentration required for Transfiguration magic exceeds that needed for other foundational spells, demanding unwavering focus throughout the entire casting process. Students quickly learn that momentary distraction during transformation can result in incomplete changes, bizarre hybrid forms, or complete magical failure that leaves the original object unchanged. This requirement for sustained attention teaches valuable lessons about magical discipline and the importance of mental preparation before attempting complex spells. The cleaning charms that conclude the foundational curriculum demonstrate magic's capacity to address mundane concerns with elegant efficiency. Scourgify represents the intersection of magical theory with practical household needs, showing students that even the most elevated art can be applied to simple daily tasks without losing its essential dignity or power. The magic underlying cleaning charms operates through selective removal of unwanted substances while leaving desired materials undisturbed. Successfully casting Scourgify requires understanding of what constitutes dirt versus legitimate surface material, the ability to distinguish between temporary contamination and permanent coloration, and the precision to apply magical force that removes grime without damaging underlying surfaces. The spell's effectiveness varies based on the nature of the mess being addressed and the magical power brought to bear against it. Fresh spills and common dirt respond readily to basic cleaning charms, disappearing without trace or effort. Ancient stains, magical contamination, or substances that have bonded chemically with their surfaces may require repeated applications or specialized variations of the basic cleaning spell. The teaching of cleaning magic provides opportunities to discuss the relationship between magical and mundane solutions to common problems. While Scourgify can accomplish in seconds what might take hours of manual scrubbing, understanding when to use magic versus when to rely on traditional cleaning methods teaches students to evaluate the appropriateness of magical solutions for different situations. These foundational spells, simple though they may appear to accomplished wizards, represent the building blocks upon which all magical education rests. They teach essential lessons about concentration, precision, ethical application, and the relationship between theoretical knowledge and practical skill. Students who master these basic charms, with proper understanding of their underlying principles, will find themselves well prepared for the increasingly complex magic that awaits them in advanced coursework. The psychological comfort derived from confident performance of foundational magic cannot be underestimated. Young witches and wizards who can reliably light their wands, levitate objects, open locks, repair damage, summon needed items, and clean up after themselves possess not just practical skills, but the confidence that comes from knowing they can use magic to solve problems and improve their circumstances. As students progress beyond these foundational charms, they carry with them the understanding that even the most complex magical achievements are built upon the same principles of focused intention, precise execution, and ethical application that characterize the simplest spells. The light of Lumos illuminates not just dark corridors, but the path toward magical mastery that begins with humble first steps and leads toward achievements limited only by the caster's knowledge, skill, and wisdom. The mastery of basic magic represents more than technical accomplishment. It marks the transformation of ordinary individuals into practitioners of an art that connects them to centuries of magical tradition and opens doorways to possibilities that will continue expanding throughout their lives. In the gentle glow of wand light, in the graceful arc of levitated objects, in the satisfying click of opening locks and the quiet restoration of broken things. Young wizards discover not just what magic can do, but who they might become through dedicated study and practice of the most ancient and noble art known to humankind. In the deeper chambers of magical knowledge, where shadows lengthen and dangers multiply with each passing year of study, there exists a branch of spellcraft that has defined the very survival of wizarding civilization. These are not the gentle charms that light wand tips or levitate feathers, but the profound magic of protection and defense, spells forged in necessity, refined through conflict, and passed down through generations who understood that the greatest magic is often that which prevents harm rather than causing it. The shield charm stands as perhaps the most fundamental defensive magic in the wizarding arsenal, yet its apparent simplicity conceals depths of theory and application that can occupy a lifetime of study. When a witch or wizard raises their wand and speaks the word protego, they are calling upon magical forces that create an invisible barrier capable of deflecting curses, hexes, and physical projectiles with equal effectiveness. The basic shield charm represents humanity's eternal desire to stand protected against the forces that would do harm, transformed into magical reality through will and proper technique. The magic underlying protego operates through the creation of a temporary but powerful barrier that exists in the space between the caster and incoming threats. This barrier does not merely absorb attacking magic but redirects it, sending curses and hexes back toward their sources or safely into harmless directions. The skill required to maintain such redirection while under pressure demonstrates why defensive magic is considered among the most challenging branches of practical spellwork. The effectiveness of a shield charm depends not just on the magical power invested in its creation, but on the caster's ability to maintain concentration while simultaneously analyzing incoming threats and adjusting their defensive posture accordingly. A shield that can deflect a simple stunning spell might prove inadequate against more powerful magic, while a barrier designed to stop physical projectiles might allow magical attacks to pass through unimpeded. Master practitioners of defensive magic learn to create layered shields with different properties, providing comprehensive protection against multiple types of threats. The psychological component of shield magic cannot be overlooked, as effective defensive casting requires the kind of calm determination that allows for clear thinking under extreme stress. Students learning protego often struggle not with the magical techniques involved, but with maintaining the mental clarity necessary to cast defensive spells while simultaneously being attacked. The shield charm thus becomes as much a lesson in courage and composure as in magical technique. Advanced variations of the basic shield charm demonstrate the endless creativity that defensive necessity has brought to magical innovation. Protego Totalum creates a wide area barrier capable of protecting entire buildings or groups of people, though maintaining such extensive protections requires enormous magical energy and constant attention. Protego Horribilis offers enhanced resistance against dark magic specifically, incorporating counter-curse elements that not only deflect attacking spells, but actively work to neutralize their malevolent effects. The ultimate expression of shield magic is found in Protego Diabolica, a defensive spell so powerful and dangerous that its use is restricted to the most desperate circumstances. This advanced protection creates a ring of black fire that destroys everything except the caster and those they specifically choose to protect. The fire can be controlled and directed as a weapon, making it as much offensive as defensive magic. The moral complexity of such a spell illustrates the difficult choices faced by those who must protect others against overwhelming evil. When does defense become indistinguishable from attack? And how does one maintain moral clarity while wielding such devastating power? From the shield charm's focus on deflection and redirection, magical defense evolves into the realm of complete magical negation through spells like finite incantatum. This powerful charm represents the theoretical opposite of magical creation, where most spells seek to impose the caster's will upon reality. Finite works to restore reality's natural state by ending the effects of ongoing magic within its area of influence. The complexity of magical negation far exceeds that of simple spellcasting, as effective use of finite requires understanding not just how to create magical effects, but how to unweave them safely and completely. Magical energy that has been woven into complex patterns cannot simply be cut away without consideration for the consequences. Abruptly ending certain spells can release stored energy in dangerous ways, create magical instabilities, or leave behind residual effects that prove more troublesome than the original magic. The teaching of negation magic introduces students to the interconnected nature of magical effects and the care required when altering or ending spells that others have cast. A hastily applied finite can disrupt multiple magical effects simultaneously, potentially causing more chaos than the original problem warranted. Students learn to identify which magical effects are safe to negate and which require more careful handling or specialized counterspells designed for specific purposes. The strategic applications of magical negation in defensive situations demonstrate its value as both immediate response and long-term solution. Enemy enchantments can be neutralized before they take full effect. Environmental hazards created by hostile magic can be cleared, and areas contaminated by dark magic can be cleansed through patient application of negation techniques. The ability to end magic proves as valuable as the ability to create it, particularly in situations where unknown spells might pose hidden dangers. Beyond the immediate protection offered by shields and negation lies the profound magic of the Patronus charm, which represents not just defensive capability, but the philosophical heart of what separates light magic from dark. When a witch or wizard calls forth their Patronus, by focusing on their happiest memory and speaking the incantation Expecto Patronum, they create a guardian made from the pure essence of positive emotion and protective intention. The Patronus charm differs fundamentally from other defensive magic, in that its power comes not from the caster's magical strength, but from their emotional and spiritual state. The happiest memories that fuel a Patronus must be genuine and deeply felt. Attempts to manufacture or exaggerate positive emotions invariably result in weak or failed castings. This requirement creates a form of magic that serves as both protection against external threats and internal test of the caster's psychological well-being. The forms that Patronuses take provide fascinating insights into the deep psychology of their casters. The silvery guardians typically manifest as animals that represent qualities the caster either possesses or aspires to, reflecting aspects of personality that may not be immediately apparent, even to close observers. The doe that represented Lily Potter's gentle strength, the stag that embodied James Potter's noble courage, the wolf that reflected Remus Lupin's complex relationship with his lycanthropic nature. Each Patronus tells a story about its creator that extends far beyond simple magical technique. Corporate Patronuses, which take distinct animal forms, represent the highest achievement in this branch of magic, requiring not just technical skill, but emotional maturity and self-knowledge that many adult wizards never fully develop. The alternative form, non-corporeal Patronus magic that manifests as silvery mist rather than distinct creatures, still provides effective protection against dementors and similar dark creatures, while being accessible to casters who have not yet achieved the emotional clarity required for corporeal forms. The specialized nature of Patronus magic against creatures of despair and hopelessness demonstrates how different defensive spells serve different purposes in the complete protective arsenal. While shield charms deflect magical attacks and negation spells end hostile enchantments, only Patronus magic can effectively combat threats that attack the very essence of joy and hope that makes life worth living. The charm represents humanity's ability to find light even in the deepest darkness, to maintain hope even when surrounded by despair. The teaching of Patronus magic presents unique challenges that extend far beyond technical instruction into the realm of emotional counseling and psychological support. Students must learn not just the proper wand movements and incantation, but how to access and maintain positive emotional states under pressure. Those who have experienced significant trauma or depression may find the charm particularly difficult, not due to lack of magical ability, but because their access to the happiness required for successful casting has been compromised by their experiences. The evolution of Patronus forms throughout a wizard's lifetime provides ongoing insight into personal growth and changing priorities. Major life events, emotional transformations, and shifts in fundamental values can cause a witch or wizard's Patronus to change form, sometimes dramatically. These changes reflect deep psychological evolution and demonstrate how protective magic remains intimately connected to the caster's inner life throughout their magical development. Complementing the spiritual protection of Patronus magic is the practical necessity of concealment and misdirection spells that allow wizards to avoid confrontation entirely when direct defense might prove insufficient. The disillusionment charm represents one of the most valuable tools in the defensive arsenal, creating optical camouflage that makes the protected person or object blend seamlessly with their surroundings. The magic underlying disillusionment operates through sophisticated manipulation of light and visual perception, creating effects that go far beyond simple invisibility. Rather than making objects transparent, the charm analyzes the visual environment surrounding the target and projects matching patterns and colors onto their surface. The result is camouflage so complete that casual observation cannot detect the concealed person or object, though careful scrutiny or magical detection may still reveal their presence. The limitations of disillusionment magic teach important lessons about the difference between concealment and true invisibility. The charm works best when the concealed person remains relatively motionless, as movement can disrupt the visual matching and create distortions that alert observant enemies. Environmental changes such as shifting light conditions or moving backgrounds can also compromise the effectiveness of disillusionment, requiring constant magical adjustment to maintain perfect camouflage. Advanced applications of concealment magic include group disillusionment that can hide multiple people simultaneously, though maintaining such extensive camouflage requires significantly more magical energy and skill. Environmental disillusionment can be applied to buildings or entire areas, creating hiding places that appear to be empty space to casual observation. The combination of disillusionment with other concealment techniques can create layered protection that defeats multiple forms of detection simultaneously. The ethical considerations surrounding concealment magic mirror those found in other areas of magical practice, as the ability to become effectively invisible carries obvious potential for misuse. Educational instruction in disillusionment must therefore include discussion of appropriate applications, legal restrictions, and the moral responsibilities that come with the power to move unseen through environments where others believe themselves private. Sound-based concealment through charms like Muffliato demonstrates how comprehensive protection often requires multiple approaches working in coordination. The charm, created by Severus Snape during his student years, fills the ears of nearby people with indistinct buzzing that prevents them from overhearing conversations, while not completely deafening them to other sounds. This selective auditory interference allows protected conversations to continue in environments where complete silence would be suspicious. The sophistication of Muffliato's selective sound masking illustrates the creativity that individual wizards can bring to defensive magic development. Rather than creating absolute silence that would alert listeners to the presence of magical concealment, the charm provides targeted protection that seems natural to those affected. The buzzing sounds like nothing more than mild tinnitus or environmental noise, allowing protected conversations to proceed without creating suspicion about magical interference. The development of personal concealment magic by students reflects the natural human desire for privacy and personal space, particularly during the emotionally turbulent years of magical education. The ability to hold private conversations, conceal personal activities, or simply find moments of solitude becomes increasingly important. As young wizards develop their individual identities, separate from family and peer expectations, physical barriers to sound transmission through spells like the imperturbable charm create different types of auditory protection that complement sound masking approaches. Rather than interfering with listeners' ability to hear, these charms prevent sounds from traveling beyond protected areas, creating zones of perfect acoustic isolation. Objects bounce off imperturbable surfaces while sounds simply fail to penetrate them, creating protection that works equally well against eavesdropping and physical intrusion. The ultimate expression of concealment magic is found in the Fidelius charm, which protects secrets themselves, rather than merely hiding physical objects or locations. This extraordinarily complex magic binds important information within the soul of a chosen secret keeper, making it impossible for others to discover the protected secret unless the keeper voluntarily reveals it. The charm represents the theoretical pinnacle of information security, creating protection that cannot be overcome through torture, magical compulsion, or any form of coercion that does not break the secret keeper's will to keep the secret. The psychological burden carried by secret keepers demonstrates how the most powerful protective magic often comes with personal costs that extend far beyond simple magical energy expenditure. The knowledge that other people's safety depends entirely on one's discretion and continued survival creates pressure that can fundamentally alter the keeper's relationship with the protected information and the people who depend on that protection. The historical applications of the Fidelius charm during times of magical conflict illustrate both its enormous value and its inherent vulnerabilities. Families, organizations, and entire communities have relied on secret-keeping magic to protect their most vital information from enemies who possessed every other means of discovery. Yet the protection is only as reliable as the secret keeper's loyalty and survival, creating single points of failure that can doom everyone who depends on the charm's effectiveness. The selection of appropriate secret keepers requires careful consideration of personal character, magical ability, and psychological resilience under pressure. The ideal keeper must be someone who can be trusted absolutely with the lives of others, while possessing the mental strength to resist any form of coercion or manipulation. Such individuals are rare, and their willingness to accept the enormous responsibility of secret keeping represents one of the highest forms of service that one wizard can provide to others. Environmental protection through area effect defensive spells demonstrates how individual protective magic can be scaled up to protect entire locations and communities. Ward-creating spells like Cave Animicum work by establishing magical barriers that prevent enemies from seeing or entering protected areas, essentially extending personal concealment magic to cover buildings, campsites, or other areas where groups of people need collective security. The magic underlying area protection operates through the creation of interlocking defensive systems that provide multiple layers of security against different types of threats. Physical barriers prevent unauthorized entry, concealment effects hide protected areas from detection, and alarm systems alert defenders to attempted intrusion. The complexity of maintaining such comprehensive protection requires either multiple casters working in coordination or individual wizards with exceptional magical power and endurance. Salviohexia represents specialized protection against hexes and jinxes specifically, demonstrating how defensive magic can be tailored to counter particular types of attacks. Rather than providing general protection against all forms of harm, this charm creates barriers that are specifically attuned to detecting and neutralizing hex-based magic. The focused nature of this protection allows for greater effectiveness against the targeted threats while requiring less magical energy than more general defensive systems. The combination of multiple protective charms to create comprehensive defensive systems illustrates the strategic thinking required for effective magical security. Each charm covers different vulnerabilities and provides different types of protection, but their effectiveness depends on careful coordination and mutual support. Gaps in protection can be exploited by determined enemies, while overlapping defensive systems can interfere with each other if not properly integrated. The maintenance of long-term protective enchantments requires ongoing attention and magical energy that can strain even experienced practitioners. Defensive magic that must operate continuously over extended periods gradually weakens unless regularly renewed and reinforced. The logistics of maintaining security for families, organizations, or communities therefore require careful planning and resource allocation to ensure that protection remains effective over time. Protective magic for underwater environments, through charms like the Bubblehead charm, demonstrates how defensive needs change based on environmental conditions and specific threats. The charm creates a permanent bubble of breathable air around the caster's head, allowing them to breathe normally while submerged or in atmospheres that would otherwise be toxic or inadequate for human survival. The magic underlying air creation charms involves not just the conjuring of breathable atmosphere, but the maintenance of pressure differentials and gas exchange that allow for extended survival in hostile environments. The bubble must remain permeable enough to allow carbon dioxide to escape while preventing water or toxic gases from entering. This delicate balance requires precise magical control and understanding of atmospheric chemistry that extends beyond simple spellcasting into the realm of magical engineering. The applications of atmospheric protection extend beyond simple underwater breathing to include protection against magical atmospheric attacks, survival in high-altitude environments where natural air is insufficient, and defense against gas-based poisons or magical vapors. The versatility of breathing protection makes it an essential skill for wizards who might find themselves operating in hazardous environments or facing enemies who use atmospheric manipulation as a weapon. The duration limitations of most protective magic teach important lessons about resource management and strategic planning in defensive situations. Even the most powerful protective spells gradually weaken over time, requiring either renewal or replacement with alternative defensive measures. Understanding these limitations allows defenders to plan for extended conflicts and avoid being caught vulnerable when their protections fail. The psychological effects of living under constant magical protection can be as significant as the physical security provided. Communities that rely on concealment magic may become isolated from the broader wizarding world, while individuals who depend on personal protective charms may develop anxiety about situations where such protection is unavailable. The balance between necessary security and normal social interaction requires careful consideration of the long-term costs of defensive magic. The training required to master defensive magic extends far beyond simple spellcasting technique to include strategic thinking, threat assessment, and the psychological preparation needed to remain calm under attack. Students must learn not just how to cast protective spells, but when to use them, how to combine them effectively, and how to maintain them under the stress of actual combat or emergency situations. The evolution of defensive magic in response to new threats demonstrates the ongoing nature of magical security concerns. As new attack methods are developed, defensive magic must evolve to counter them, creating an endless cycle of innovation that drives advancement in both protective and offensive magic. The history of magical conflict can be traced through the development of increasingly sophisticated defensive techniques designed to counter equally sophisticated attack methods. The moral philosophy underlying defensive magic reflects fundamental questions about the appropriate use of power and the responsibilities that come with the ability to protect others. Those who master protective magic often find themselves in positions where they must decide who deserves protection, what level of security is justified, and how to balance individual privacy against collective safety. These decisions require wisdom that extends far beyond magical technique into the realm of ethical judgment. The teaching of defensive magic must therefore include not just technical instruction, but philosophical education about the appropriate use of protective power. Students must understand that the ability to create shields and concealment brings with it the responsibility to use such abilities in service of justice and protection of the innocent, rather than personal advantage or convenience. Advanced practitioners of defensive magic often specialize in particular aspects of protection, developing expertise in areas such as counter-curse work, area defense, or protection against specific types of magical threats. This specialization allows for greater effectiveness in chosen areas, while requiring coordination with other specialists to provide comprehensive protection in complex situations. The legacy of great defensive magic users is measured not by the enemies they defeated, but by the lives they protected and the communities they kept safe. Their contributions to magical society often go unrecognized precisely because successful defense prevents harm rather than creating dramatic victories. Yet their work forms the foundation upon which peaceful magical civilization rests, allowing others to pursue education, art, and personal fulfillment in safety. As students progress beyond basic protective magic into the advanced techniques that can safeguard entire communities, they carry with them the understanding that true strength lies not in the power to destroy, but in the wisdom to protect. The shields they learn to cast, the concealment they master, and the barriers they create represent humanity's highest magical aspirations: the transformation of knowledge and power into service to others, the creation of safety in a dangerous world, and the preservation of light against the forces that would extinguish it forever. In the profound chambers where magic intersects most intimately with the essence of life itself, there exists a branch of spellwork that embodies both the highest aspirations and darkest temptations of wizarding knowledge. Medical magic, in all its manifestations, represents humanity's eternal struggle against suffering and mortality, yet it also reveals how easily the power to heal can be corrupted into the means to harm. These spells, from the gentlest healing touch to the most terrible instruments of torture, demonstrate that the line between light and dark magic often runs not through different spells, but through the intentions of those who wield them. The journey into medical magic begins with Episki, a healing spell so fundamental that it serves as every young healer's introduction to the profound responsibility that comes with the power to mend what has been broken. When a witch or wizard speaks this incantation while focusing their magical energy on minor injuries, they participate in one of magic's most ancient and noble purposes: the alleviation of suffering through knowledge, transformed into compassionate action. The magic underlying Episci operates through principles that require the caster to understand not just the symptoms of injury, but the underlying biological processes that govern healing in living tissue. Successful treatment of a broken nose, for instance, demands knowledge of cartilage structure, blood flow patterns, and the delicate balance between rapid healing and proper bone alignment. The spell works by accelerating and directing the body's natural healing processes rather than imposing artificial changes, making it relatively safe for practitioners who understand its limitations. The learning process for healing magic introduces students to the fundamental principle that magical intervention in biological systems requires exceptional care and precision. Unlike transfiguring inanimate objects, where mistakes might produce amusing or inconvenient results, errors in healing magic can cause permanent damage to living beings who trusted the caster with their well-being. This responsibility creates a sobering awareness of the weight that comes with magical knowledge. The limitations of basic healing spells like Episci serve important educational purposes, teaching young healers to recognize the difference between injuries they can safely treat and conditions that require more advanced magical or mundane medical intervention. The spell works well for fresh injuries, with clearly defined damage, broken bones, lacerations, bruises, and similar trauma respond reliably to properly applied healing magic. However, attempting to use basic healing spells on complex injuries, magical damage, or chronic conditions can worsen the patient's condition or create complications that prove more dangerous than the original problem. The psychological aspects of healing magic extend beyond simple technique to encompass the emotional and spiritual dimensions of recovery. Patients who receive magical healing often experience not just physical restoration but psychological comfort from knowing that someone cared enough to help them and possessed the knowledge to do so effectively. This healing of spirit alongside body represents one of medical magic's most profound gifts, though it also creates expectations and dependencies that healers must navigate carefully. The progression from basic healing to more advanced techniques leads naturally to spells like Vulnera Sanentur, which represents a quantum leap in both complexity and capability. This powerful healing magic, developed specifically to counter the effects of dark arts injuries, demonstrates how medical magic must evolve to address threats that natural healing processes cannot overcome. The incantation for Vulnera Sanentur consists of 3 distinct phases, each serving a specific purpose in the healing process. The first component stops bleeding by magically encouraging blood clotting and sealing damaged vessels. The second clears away necrotic tissue and magical contamination that might prevent proper healing. The third actually knits flesh back together, encouraging rapid but controlled tissue regeneration that restores function without creating weakness or scarring. The complexity of this 3-stage healing process reflects the sophisticated understanding of magical medicine required to counter dark arts injuries effectively. Wounds created by curses like Sectum Sempra carry magical contamination that actively resists normal healing, creating injuries that worsen over time rather than improving. Conventional healing magic proves inadequate against such magically enhanced damage, requiring specialized techniques that can identify and neutralize the malevolent forces preventing recovery. The learning curve for advanced healing magic proves steep and demanding, requiring students to master not just the complex incantations and wand movements, but also the diagnostic skills needed to assess magical injuries accurately. Healers must learn to recognize different types of curse damage, understand how various dark art spells affect living tissue, and select appropriate countermeasures from an extensive repertoire of specialized healing techniques. The emotional toll on healers who regularly treat victims of dark arts attacks cannot be underestimated. Working with patients whose injuries were deliberately inflicted by malicious magic requires psychological resilience that goes far beyond technical competence. Healers must maintain professional objectivity while treating wounds that represent someone's deliberate cruelty, finding ways to channel appropriate anger about such attacks into motivation for more effective treatment, rather than allowing it to compromise their healing abilities. Life-saving intervention magic like Anapneo demonstrates how healing spells often function as emergency responses to acute crises rather than treatments for ongoing conditions. The spell that clears blocked airways operates through direct magical intervention in vital biological processes, requiring immediate action and precise technique to prevent death or permanent injury from oxygen deprivation. The magic underlying emergency intervention spells works by temporarily overriding normal biological functions to restore life-sustaining processes that have been interrupted by injury, illness, or magical interference. Successful use of Anapneo requires rapid assessment of the specific cause of respiratory distress and application of magical force, sufficient to clear the obstruction without causing additional trauma to delicate respiratory tissues. The time-critical nature of emergency healing magic creates unique training challenges, as students must learn to perform complex magical techniques under extreme pressure while making rapid decisions about appropriate treatment approaches. Practice scenarios cannot fully replicate the stress of actual medical emergencies, where hesitation or error might result in a patient's death. This reality creates psychological pressure that proves overwhelming for some students while inspiring others to achieve levels of competence they never thought possible. The ethical considerations surrounding emergency medical magic include questions about consent, appropriate intervention levels, and the responsibilities of trained healers who encounter medical crises in non-professional settings. The ability to save lives through magical intervention creates moral obligations that extend far beyond formal medical practice into every aspect of a healer's daily life. The integration of magical and mundane medical knowledge proves essential for effective healing practice, as many conditions require combination approaches that utilize both magical intervention and conventional treatment methods. Understanding normal human anatomy and physiology provides the foundation for recognizing when magical healing is appropriate and when it might interfere with natural recovery processes. The dangerous territory of amateur healing is illustrated perfectly by the cautionary tale of Gilderoy Lockhart's attempt to heal Harry Potter's broken arm using Brachia Memento. The incident demonstrates how magical healing requires not just knowledge of appropriate spells, but understanding of when and how to apply them safely. Lockhart's vanity and incompetence transformed a simple broken bone that could have been easily healed into a complex medical emergency that required professional intervention to correct. The magic that removes bones entirely rather than healing them represents a fundamental misunderstanding of healing principles and demonstrates why medical magic requires extensive training and careful supervision. Proper healing magic works with the body's natural processes to restore normal function, while amateur attempts often impose artificial changes that create more problems than they solve. The difference between helping and harming often lies not in the spells used, but in the knowledge and judgment of the person casting them. The psychological impact of magical accidents on both patients and amateur practitioners can be profound and lasting. Patients who suffer additional harm from incompetent healing attempts may develop distrust of magical medicine generally, while would-be healers who cause harm through ignorance or overconfidence may abandon healing magic entirely or become obsessively cautious in ways that limit their effectiveness in genuine emergencies. The regulation of healing magic through professional training programs and licensing requirements reflects the wizarding community's recognition that medical magic carries unique risks and responsibilities. Unlike other forms of spellwork where mistakes primarily affect inanimate objects or the caster themselves, healing magic involves the well-being of others, who may have no magical knowledge or ability to protect themselves from incompetent treatment. Pain management through specialized spells represents another crucial aspect of medical magic, addressing suffering that may persist even after physical injuries have been healed. The magic that extracts or alleviates pain operates through intervention in neural pathways and brain chemistry, requiring sophisticated understanding of how pain signals travel through the nervous system and how magical intervention can interrupt or modify these processes safely. The complexity of pain extraction magic reflects the fundamental challenge of separating beneficial pain signals that warn of ongoing damage from harmful pain that serves no protective purpose. Effective pain management requires careful assessment of each patient's situation to determine whether pain reduction will help or hinder the healing process. Premature pain relief might mask symptoms that indicate the need for additional treatment, while excessive pain can impede recovery by preventing rest and normal function. The psychological dimensions of pain management extend beyond simple physical comfort to encompass emotional and spiritual aspects of suffering. Patients experiencing severe pain often struggle with feelings of helplessness, despair, and isolation that can complicate their physical recovery. Healing magic that addresses these psychological components alongside physical symptoms often produces better overall outcomes than treatment focused solely on bodily injuries. The development of specialized pain management techniques for different types of suffering reflects the diverse ways that humans experience discomfort and the need for individualized treatment approaches. Acute pain from recent injuries requires different magical intervention than chronic pain from old wounds or ongoing conditions. Pain caused by magical damage may resist conventional pain relief methods, requiring specialized approaches that can counter the magical forces causing continued suffering. The exploration of medical magic's darker applications reveals how easily healing knowledge can be perverted into instruments of torture and death. The same understanding of anatomy and physiology that enables effective treatment also provides detailed knowledge of how to cause maximum suffering or create injuries that prove difficult to heal. This duality presents one of medical magic's most troubling moral challenges: how to teach necessary healing knowledge while preventing its misuse for harmful purposes. The curse known as Sectum Sempra exemplifies how healing knowledge can be inverted to create particularly vicious weapons. Severus Snape's creation of this spell during his student years demonstrates the kind of creative malevolence that can emerge when someone with magical knowledge decides to use that understanding to cause, rather than prevent, harm. The curse creates deep, slashing wounds that resist normal healing magic, requiring specialized treatment that may not be readily available to victims. The magical theory underlying Sectum Sempra reveals the sophistication required to create curses that actively resist healing. The spell doesn't simply cut flesh, but embeds malevolent magical energy in the wounds it creates, preventing natural clotting and tissue repair while causing continued deterioration. This magical contamination makes the injuries progressively worse over time, ensuring that victims suffer maximally from even relatively minor cuts. The existence of specialized counter-curses like Vulnera Sanintur suggests that Sectum Sempra was not Snape's only creation in this category, but part of a broader exploration of medical magic's harmful applications. The development of effective treatments for such magically enhanced injuries requires understanding of how the curses work, creating a disturbing cycle where healers must study harmful magic in order to counter it effectively. The psychological profile of individuals who choose to develop harmful medical magic reveals troubling patterns of resentment, sadism, and distorted thinking about power and control. Those who pervert healing knowledge into instruments of torture often justify their actions through elaborate rationalization about deserving victims, necessary punishment, or the advancement of magical knowledge. These justifications mask fundamental failures of empathy and moral reasoning that make such individuals dangerous to anyone who might become subject to their attention. The broader category of torture magic extends far beyond individual curses to encompass systematic approaches to causing suffering that demonstrates sophisticated understanding of human psychology and physiology. The Cruciatus Curse represents the pinnacle of such magic, creating pain so intense and comprehensive that it can destroy the mind while leaving the body technically unharmed. The curse's ability to cause unbearable agony without permanent physical damage makes it particularly attractive to those who wish to extract information or simply cause suffering for its own sake. The magic underlying the Cruciatus Curse operates through direct stimulation of pain receptors throughout the victim's nervous system, creating the sensation of simultaneous injury to every nerve in the body. The pain experienced exceeds anything possible through normal injury, as the curse bypasses natural protective mechanisms that would normally cause unconsciousness or death before such levels of agony could be sustained. The psychological effects of Cruciatus torture extend far beyond the immediate experience of pain to include lasting trauma that can persist for years or decades after the curse ends. Victims often develop severe anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress that require extensive treatment and may never fully resolve. The curse's ability to damage minds while leaving bodies intact represents a particularly cruel form of destruction that denies victims even the dignity of visible wounds that others might recognize and empathize with. The training required to cast unforgivable curses like Cruciatus reveals disturbing aspects of dark arts education, as effective use requires not just technical knowledge, but psychological conditioning that enables the caster to derive satisfaction from others' suffering. The curse cannot be cast effectively by someone who feels genuine remorse or empathy for their victim, requiring a level of emotional disconnection that fundamentally alters the caster's capacity for normal human relationships. The long-term effects of casting torture curses on the practitioners themselves demonstrate how harmful magic corrupts those who use it regularly. Repeated use of pain-inflicting spells appears to desensitize casters to suffering while increasing their appetite for causing harm. This psychological transformation creates individuals who find normal human interaction increasingly difficult while becoming obsessed with power and control over others. The study of poison-related magic reveals another intersection between healing knowledge and harmful application, as effective poisoning requires detailed understanding of anatomy, physiology, and the ways that various substances affect living systems. The development of magical poisons often draws upon legitimate medical research while perverting that knowledge toward lethal ends. The complexity of magical toxicology encompasses not just the creation of harmful substances, but also their detection, neutralization, and treatment of poisoning victims. Healers must understand how magical poisons differ from mundane toxins, how they interact with magical healing techniques, and what countermeasures prove most effective against different types of magical contamination. The ethical challenges surrounding poison magic include questions about legitimate research into toxicology for protective purposes versus development of offensive capabilities for harmful use. The knowledge required to detect and treat poisoning overlaps significantly with the knowledge needed to create effective poisons, creating dilemmas about how much dangerous information should be taught to healing students and how to prevent misuse of such knowledge. The historical use of magical poisons in assassination, warfare, and political intrigue demonstrates how magical knowledge has been weaponized throughout wizarding history. The ability to create undetectable toxins or poisons that mimic natural diseases has made magical toxicology a crucial skill for both assassins and those who would protect against such attacks. The restoration of consciousness through spells like Renovate represents another critical aspect of medical magic, addressing states of unconsciousness caused by magical, stunning, injury, or other forms of incapacitation. The spell that counteracts stunning magic operates through careful reversal of the neurological effects that cause unconsciousness, requiring precision to restore normal brain function without causing additional trauma. The complexity of consciousness restoration reflects the delicate nature of neurological magic and the potential for serious harm if such spells are applied incorrectly. Rushing to revive someone who has suffered head trauma or magical injury can worsen their condition or cause permanent damage if underlying problems are not properly addressed first. The decision of when to attempt consciousness restoration requires careful medical judgment that balances the benefits of quick recovery against the risks of premature intervention. The psychological aspects of consciousness restoration include consideration of what the patient will experience upon waking and whether they are emotionally prepared to deal with their situation. Victims of attack who are revived too quickly may experience severe disorientation, panic, or trauma responses that complicate their recovery and treatment. Sensitive application of consciousness restoration magic therefore includes preparation for the patient's emotional and psychological needs alongside their physical revival. The training requirements for safe consciousness restoration include not just technical spellcasting ability, but diagnostic skills to assess whether revival is appropriate, and medical knowledge to deal with complications that may arise. Students learning these techniques must understand the difference between simple, magical unconsciousness and more serious conditions that require specialized treatment before consciousness can be safely restored. Memory modification magic represents perhaps the most ethically complex aspect of medical magical practice, as the ability to alter or remove memories touches upon fundamental questions of identity, consent, and psychological well-being. The Obliviate charm and related memory magic can serve legitimate therapeutic purposes by removing traumatic memories that prevent recovery, but they can also be used to cover up crimes, manipulate victims, or serve the convenience of practitioners, rather than patients' genuine interests. The magic underlying memory modification operates through direct intervention in brain chemistry and neural pathways that store and retrieve memories. Successful memory magic requires sophisticated understanding of how memories are formed, maintained, and accessed, as well as the interconnections between different memories that might be affected by attempted modifications. Crude application of memory magic can cause extensive collateral damage to unrelated memories or create psychological instabilities that prove worse than the original problems. The therapeutic applications of memory magic include treatment of severe trauma, post-traumatic stress, and psychological conditions caused by exposure to horrors that the human mind cannot process effectively. Carefully applied memory modification can remove specific traumatic experiences while preserving the patient's overall psychological integrity and ability to function normally. However, determining when such intervention is truly beneficial versus merely convenient requires sophisticated understanding of psychology and long-term consideration of consequences. The potential for abuse in memory magic has led to strict regulation and oversight of its use, with legitimate therapeutic applications requiring extensive documentation and patient consent. The power to alter someone's memories represents one of the most invasive forms of magical intervention possible, fundamentally altering the patient's understanding of their own experiences and identity. The false memory charm represents an even more troubling development in memory magic, as it doesn't merely remove existing memories but implants artificial experiences that the subject believes are real. This technique can be used to provide cover stories for memory modification or to manipulate individuals into believing false information about their past experiences, relationships, or actions. The long-term consequences of extensive memory modification remain poorly understood, as patients who receive such treatment may be unaware that their memories have been altered and therefore cannot report problems or seek help for complications. The possibility that memory magic causes subtle psychological damage that becomes apparent only years later creates ongoing ethical dilemmas about its appropriate use. The integration of medical magic with conventional healing arts demonstrates how magical and mundane approaches to medicine can complement each other effectively when properly coordinated. Many conditions respond best to combination therapy that utilizes both magical intervention and conventional medical techniques, requiring practitioners who understand both traditions and can integrate them seamlessly. The training of magical healers therefore includes study of anatomy, physiology, and conventional medical techniques alongside magical theory and spellcasting. This comprehensive education ensures that healers understand the full range of treatment options available and can select approaches that best serve each patient's individual needs and circumstances. The ongoing development of new healing techniques through magical research continues to expand the possibilities for treating previously incurable conditions, while raising new questions about the limits and appropriate applications of medical magic. Each advance in healing capability brings with it new responsibilities and ethical considerations that must be carefully evaluated and addressed. The establishment of institutions like St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries reflects the wizarding community's commitment to providing professional medical care while maintaining standards of practice that protect both patients and practitioners. These institutions serve not just as treatment centers, but as training grounds for new healers and research facilities for advancing magical knowledge. The specialization within medical magic has led to development of expertise in areas such as curse damage treatment, magical creature injuries, spell damage reversal, and long-term care for patients with chronic magical conditions. This specialization allows for more effective treatment of complex cases, while requiring coordination between different specialists to provide comprehensive care. As students progress from basic healing magic into the advanced techniques that can address the most serious medical conditions, they carry with them the understanding that medical magic represents both the highest calling and greatest responsibility available to magical practitioners. The power to heal brings with it obligations that extend far beyond technical competence to encompass ethical judgment, emotional maturity, and unwavering commitment to placing patients' well-being above personal convenience or advancement. The gentle touch that mends broken bones, the careful intervention that saves lives, and the compassionate presence that comforts suffering represent magic at its most noble and necessary, transforming knowledge and power into service to others in their moments of greatest need. In the highest towers of magical learning, where theory transcends the merely practical to touch upon the fundamental nature of reality itself, there exists a branch of magic so profound and demanding that it challenges every assumption about the boundaries between possible and impossible. Transfiguration represents not merely the alteration of objects, but the philosophical conquest of form over essence, the demonstration that reality itself bends to sufficiently focused, will guided by comprehensive understanding of the deepest magical principles. The theoretical foundation underlying all transfiguration magic rests upon the revolutionary concept that the apparent distinctions between different objects, substances, and even living beings are less absolute than mundane perception suggests. When Professor McGonagall transforms her desk into a pig and back again with casual elegance, she demonstrates mastery of magical principles that challenge the very notion of fixed identity and permanent form. The desk and the pig, seemingly so different in every conceivable way, are revealed through transfiguration to be merely different expressions of the same underlying magical reality. The complexity of successful transfiguration requires understanding that extends far beyond simple spellcasting technique into the realms of magical theory, biological science, and philosophical inquiry. The witch or wizard attempting to transform one object into another must possess comprehensive knowledge of both the starting material and the desired result, including not just obvious characteristics like size, shape, and color, but subtle properties such as internal structure, chemical composition, and in the case of living beings, the intricate biological processes that maintain life itself. The concentration required for transfiguration magic exceeds that demanded by any other branch of spellwork, as successful transformation involves maintaining simultaneous awareness of multiple complex magical processes while guiding them through gradual stages of change. The caster must visualize not just the final result, but the entire sequence of intermediate forms that connect beginning to end, ensuring that each stage of transformation proceeds smoothly without creating instabilities that might cause the spell to fail catastrophically. The dangers inherent in transfiguration magic become immediately apparent to students who attempt advanced transformations before mastering fundamental principles. Partial transformations that leave objects suspended between their original and intended forms can create bizarre hybrid entities that prove difficult or impossible to correct. More seriously, transfiguration attempts that exceed the caster's capability can result in magical feedback that damages both the object being transformed and the wizard attempting the transformation. The ethical considerations surrounding transfiguration magic extend far beyond simple questions of appropriate spell use into profound philosophical territory about the nature of identity, consciousness, and the right to alter the fundamental characteristics of living beings. When animals are transformed into inanimate objects, what happens to their consciousness, their capacity for suffering, their individual identity as living creatures? These questions have occupied magical philosophers for centuries without producing entirely satisfactory answers. The progression from simple object-to-object transformations to more complex magical applications begins with spells like the teacup-to-tortoise transformation that serves as a standard examination question for students advancing beyond basic transfiguration. This particular transformation challenges students to bridge the enormous gap between manufactured objects and living creatures, requiring not just technical skill but intuitive understanding of what distinguishes living beings from inanimate matter. The magic underlying animal creation through transfiguration involves far more than simply reshaping physical matter into new configurations. The caster must somehow imbue the transformed object with the spark of life itself, creating not just the appearance of a living creature, but the complex biological processes that sustain actual life. The tortoise created from a teacup must breathe, move, respond to stimuli, and maintain all the metabolic processes that characterize genuine living beings, rather than mere magical automatons. The temporary nature of most transfiguration magic provides important safeguards against permanent harm while creating its own complications and limitations. Objects and creatures created through transfiguration gradually revert to their original forms as the magic that maintains their transformed state slowly dissipates. This natural magical decay prevents most transfiguration accidents from becoming permanent disasters, but it also means that anything dependent on transfigured objects must account for their inevitable return to original form. The mastery of timing in transfiguration magic requires sophisticated understanding of how long different types of transformations can be maintained and what factors influence their duration. Simple transformations between similar objects might last for hours or days, while complex changes involving living beings typically prove far less stable. The magical energy required to maintain transformations increases dramatically with the complexity and scope of changes involved, eventually exceeding even accomplished wizards' capacity to sustain them indefinitely. Advanced practitioners of transfiguration learn techniques for extending transformation duration through careful magical reinforcement and periodic renewal of the spells, maintaining altered forms. However, even the most skilled masters cannot make transfiguration magic truly permanent without employing additional magical techniques that go far beyond simple transformation spells. The inherent instability of transfigured matter reflects deep magical principles about the nature of reality and the limits of magical intervention in natural processes. The specialized branch of animal transfiguration demonstrates how transformation magic can be refined to address specific needs and applications. Spells like Avifors, which transforms objects into birds, require detailed understanding of avian anatomy, flight mechanics, and behavioral patterns to create creatures that function effectively as living beings, rather than merely appearing bird-like while lacking essential capabilities. The creation of specific animal types through transfiguration magic demands specialized knowledge that extends far beyond general biological principles into intimate familiarity with particular species characteristics. Transforming an object into a rabbit using Lapifors requires understanding not just mammalian biology generally, but the specific anatomical features, behavioral patterns, and physiological needs that distinguish rabbits from other mammals. The magical energy must be precisely directed to create not just the appearance of a rabbit, but the complex neural pathways that enable appropriate rabbit behavior and responses. The psychological aspects of animal transfiguration raise troubling questions about the consciousness and experiences of created creatures. Do animals brought into existence through transfiguration magic possess genuine thoughts and feelings? Or do they merely exhibit behavioral patterns that simulate conscious awareness? The magical community remains divided on these philosophical questions, with different schools of thought proposing various theories about the nature of transfigured consciousness. The ethical implications of creating sentient beings through magical transformation extend into territory that most wizards prefer not to explore too deeply. If transfigured animals possess genuine consciousness, then creating them for temporary purposes might constitute a form of cruelty that inflicts existence only to terminate it when the magic fades. Alternatively, if such creatures lack true awareness, their apparent responses and behaviors represent an elaborate illusion that raises questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Serpent sorcery represents a particularly specialized application of animal creation magic, conjuring snakes that emerge from the caster's wand tip to serve various purposes, from entertainment to combat. The spell's popularity in dueling situations reflects Snake's effectiveness as both distraction and actual threat, though the temporary nature of conjured serpents limits their utility in extended conflicts. The magic underlying snake conjuration involves not just the creation of serpentine forms, but the imbuing of appropriate predatory instincts and behavioral patterns that make conjured snakes effective in their intended roles. The snakes must possess sufficient intelligence to distinguish between targets and allies, while maintaining the aggressive tendencies that make them useful in combat situations. This combination of intelligence and controllability requires delicate, magical balance that challenges even experienced practitioners. Human transfiguration represents the ultimate expression of transformation magic, involving changes so profound and dangerous that they are typically restricted to advanced students under careful supervision. The transformation of human beings into animals or objects raises not just technical challenges but fundamental questions about identity, consciousness, and the ethics of altering the essential nature of thinking, feeling individuals. The complexity of human transfiguration stems from the need to account for human consciousness during the transformation process. Unlike inanimate objects or simple animals, humans possess complex minds, detailed memories, and sophisticated reasoning abilities that must somehow be preserved or appropriately modified during transformation. The magic required to maintain human consciousness within radically altered physical forms pushes transfiguration theory to its absolute limits. The Animagus transformation represents a specialized form of human transfiguration that allows witches and wizards to assume animal forms while retaining their human consciousness and identity. The lengthy and dangerous process required to become an Animagus demonstrates the extraordinary commitment needed to master this ultimate expression of transformation magic. The ritual preparation for Animagus transformation involves months of careful magical conditioning through daily recitation of the incantation Amato Animo Animato Animagus, while consuming specialized potions that gradually prepare the body and mind for the profound changes involved. The process requires not just magical skill, but psychological stability sufficient to maintain human identity while experiencing existence in radically different physical form. The psychological challenges of Animagus transformation extend far beyond the initial achievement of successful change to encompass the ongoing maintenance of dual identity that characterizes all accomplished Animagi. Individuals who spend significant time in animal form often report subtle changes in their human personality and behavior, suggesting that the transformation affects consciousness in ways that persist even after returning to human form. The regulation of Animagus transformation through mandatory registration with the Ministry of Magic reflects the potential dangers posed by uncontrolled human transformation abilities. The power to assume animal form provides obvious advantages for espionage, escape from custody, or criminal activity, making oversight of Animagus abilities essential for maintaining magical law and order. The detection of unregistered Animagi presents ongoing challenges for magical law enforcement, as skilled practitioners can assume animal forms that appear completely natural to casual observation. Specialized detection techniques exist for identifying transformed humans, but they require specific knowledge and magical ability that not all law enforcement officers possess. Cosmetic transfiguration magic, exemplified by spells like Colovaria and Crinus Muto, demonstrates how transformation principles can be applied to relatively minor alterations that enhance appearance or provide temporary disguise capabilities. These applications of transfiguration theory, while less dramatic than major transformations, require similar understanding of the underlying magical principles governing change and identity. Color-changing magic operates through selective alteration of surface properties without affecting underlying structure or function. Successful color transformation requires understanding of how light interacts with different surfaces, the chemical basis of various pigments, and the magical techniques needed to alter molecular structures responsible for color, while leaving other properties unchanged. Hair modification magic involves more complex biological manipulation, as changes to hair color, texture, or style must account for ongoing growth processes and the natural variations in hair characteristics that create realistic appearance. Magical hair alteration that produces obviously artificial results defeats the purpose of cosmetic enhancement and may draw unwanted attention to the spellcaster. The temporary nature of most cosmetic transfiguration magic requires users to plan for gradual reversion to natural appearance, particularly in social situations where sudden changes might create embarrassment or suspicion. Advanced practitioners learn techniques for extending the duration of cosmetic changes while maintaining natural appearance that doesn't obviously indicate magical alteration. Size-altering magic through spells like Engorgio and Reducio represents another specialized application of Transfiguration principles, involving changes that affect mass, volume, and physical proportions while attempting to maintain structural integrity and functional capability. The magic underlying size alteration must account for the complex relationship between scale and function that governs all physical structures. Enlargement magic faces particular challenges related to structural engineering and biological limitations, as objects and creatures that function perfectly at normal size may become unstable or non-functional when significantly enlarged. The square-cube law that governs the relationship between surface area and volume creates fundamental limitations on how much things can be enlarged before their own weight makes them structurally unsound. Reduction magic encounters different but equally challenging problems, as shrinking objects or creatures requires maintaining all essential functions within much smaller physical frameworks. Biological processes that depend on specific minimum scales may cease to function properly in drastically reduced organisms, while mechanical devices may lose effectiveness if their moving parts become too small to operate reliably. The strategic applications of size-altering magic in various fields demonstrate the versatility of Transfiguration principles when applied creatively to practical problems. Construction projects benefit from the ability to transport large materials in reduced form before enlarging them at construction sites. Storage and transportation challenges can be addressed through temporary reduction of bulky items. Emergency situations may require rapid enlargement of emergency supplies or reduction of obstacles blocking escape routes. Vanishing magic, represented by spells like Evanesco, challenges conventional understanding of matter and energy conservation by causing objects to disappear entirely without apparent regard for where the vanished material goes. This branch of Transfiguration magic operates on principles so advanced that even accomplished practitioners cannot fully explain the underlying theory governing successful vanishment. The magic underlying vanishing spells appears to transport vanished objects to some alternate dimension or state of existence rather than actually destroying them, though the exact nature of this destination remains one of Transfiguration theory's greatest mysteries. Objects subjected to vanishing magic don't simply become invisible, but cease to exist in any detectable form within normal reality. The irreversible nature of most vanishing magic creates both advantages and limitations compared to other forms of Transfiguration. While vanished objects cannot accidentally revert to their original forms at inconvenient times, they also cannot be recovered if the vanishing proves to have been a mistake. The permanence of vanishment makes it an attractive solution for disposal of unwanted materials, but requires careful consideration before application. The ethical considerations surrounding vanishing magic include questions about the fate of vanished living beings and the environmental impact of removing matter from the normal world. Some magical theorists argue that vanishing represents a form of magical pollution that disrupts natural balances, while others contend that the alternate dimension receiving vanished objects can accommodate unlimited additions without negative consequences. The teaching methodology for Transfiguration magic necessarily emphasizes theoretical understanding alongside practical application, as successful transformation requires comprehensive knowledge of the principles governing magical change, rather than mere memorization of specific spells. Students must develop intuitive understanding of how different types of matter and energy interact under magical influence before attempting advanced transformations. The progressive curriculum in Transfiguration education begins with simple object-to-object transformations before advancing to more complex changes, involving living beings or dramatic alterations in size, form, or fundamental properties. Each level of advancement requires mastery of previous concepts, while introducing new theoretical frameworks that expand students' understanding of transformation possibilities. The examination standards for Transfiguration magic reflect both the technical difficulty and potential dangers inherent in this branch of spellwork. Students must demonstrate not just ability to perform specific transformations, but understanding of underlying theory sufficient to adapt techniques to novel situations and recognize when attempted transformations exceed their current capabilities. Professor McGonagall's legendary skill in Transfiguration magic serves as inspiration and example for students studying this demanding branch of spellwork. Her ability to perform complex transformations with apparent ease demonstrates the level of mastery possible through dedicated study and practice, while her strict teaching methods emphasize the discipline and precision required for safe advancement in Transfiguration studies. The research frontiers in Transfiguration magic continue to push the boundaries of what transformations are possible, while seeking deeper understanding of the fundamental principles governing magical change. Current investigations include attempts to achieve truly permanent transfiguration, development of more efficient transformation techniques, and exploration of previously unknown forms of magical alteration. The integration of Transfiguration magic with other branches of spellwork creates possibilities for hybrid techniques that combine transformation with charms, hexes, or protective magic. These interdisciplinary applications require advanced understanding of how different types of magic interact and influence each other when applied simultaneously to the same target. The philosophical implications of Transfiguration magic extend far beyond practical applications to touch upon fundamental questions about the nature of reality, identity, and change. The ability to transform any object into any other object suggests that the apparent distinctions between different things may be less meaningful than conventional thinking assumes. If a desk can become a pig, and a pig can become a desk through application of magical will, what does this say about the essential nature of either object? The relationship between consciousness and physical form, as explored through human transfiguration and Animagus transformation, raises profound questions about personal identity and the connection between mind and body. The persistence of human consciousness within animal forms suggests that identity transcends physical appearance, while the reported psychological changes in accomplished animagi indicate that physical form does influence mental state in subtle but significant ways. The conservation laws that govern Transfiguration magic, particularly the principle that mass cannot be created or destroyed through transformation, demonstrate that even the most dramatic magical changes must respect certain fundamental physical constraints. These limitations provide important safeguards against magical chaos, while creating challenges for practitioners seeking to achieve specific transformation goals. Advanced practitioners of Transfiguration often specialize in particular types of transformation that align with their interests and aptitudes. Some focus on biological transformations, developing expertise in animal creation and modification. Others concentrate on inanimate matter, mastering the complex changes involved in transforming one manufactured object into another with completely different properties and functions. Still, others pursue the theoretical aspects of Transfiguration magic, seeking deeper understanding of the principles that make all transformation possible. The applications of Transfiguration magic in various magical professions demonstrate the versatility and utility of transformation skills beyond academic study. Magical construction relies heavily on transfiguration techniques for shaping raw materials into finished structures. Magical manufacturing uses transformation magic to convert basic substances into complex products. Even magical law enforcement benefits from transfiguration skills that can neutralize threats, create barriers, or provide emergency equipment in crisis situations. The historical development of transfiguration magic reveals how this branch of spellwork has evolved through centuries of experimentation and refinement. Early practitioners achieved only crude transformations that produced unstable results and lasted for brief periods. Modern transfiguration magic represents the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of witches and wizards who pushed the boundaries of transformation possibilities while developing safety protocols that minimize the risks inherent in altering fundamental reality. The international variations in transfiguration technique reflect different cultural approaches to understanding the relationship between consciousness and matter. Some traditions emphasize spiritual preparation and meditation as prerequisites for successful transformation, while others focus on technical precision and theoretical knowledge. These different approaches often produce similar results through different methodologies, suggesting that multiple valid paths exist toward mastery of transformation magic. As students progress from basic object transformations into the advanced techniques that challenge the very boundaries between possible and impossible, they carry with them the understanding that transfiguration magic represents both the highest achievement of magical theory and the most profound responsibility available to practitioners of the magical arts. The power to alter the fundamental nature of reality brings with it obligations that extend far beyond technical competence to encompass wisdom, restraint, an unwavering commitment to using transformation magic in service of beneficial purposes, rather than mere convenience or personal advantage. The graceful dance of matter reshaping itself according to magical will represents the triumph of educated intention over natural limitation, demonstrating that reality itself becomes malleable when approached with sufficient knowledge, skill, and respect for the profound forces being manipulated through the ancient and noble art of magical transformation. In the ancient halls where magic first learned to dance with the primal forces that shape our world, there exists a collection of spells so fundamental to existence that they predate civilization itself. These are the enchantments that harness fire and water, air and earth, the elemental magic that connects every witch and wizard to the raw power that flows through all living things. When practitioners of these arts raise their wands to call forth flame or summon wind, they participate in humanity's oldest relationship with the natural world, transforming understanding into mastery and respect into partnership with forces that could easily destroy those who approach them carelessly. The mastery of fire magic begins with Incendio, a spell so deceptively simple that novice students often underestimate both its potential and its dangers. When properly cast, this incantation produces controlled flames that respond to the caster's will, burning at temperatures and intensities that can be precisely modulated through careful attention to magical technique and mental focus. Yet beneath this apparent simplicity lies magical theory of considerable complexity, requiring understanding of combustion principles, energy transfer, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction that characterizes all elemental magic. The flames conjured through Incendio differ fundamentally from mundane fire in their responsiveness to magical control and their ability to burn in situations where natural fire could not be sustained. Magical flames can burn underwater when properly maintained, consume materials that would normally resist combustion, and be shaped into precise patterns that serve specific purposes beyond simple heating or illumination. This supernatural flexibility makes magical fire an invaluable tool for countless applications, from cooking and warmth to emergency signaling and defensive purposes. The progression from basic fire creation to advanced flame manipulation demonstrates how elemental magic rewards dedicated study and practice with increasingly sophisticated capabilities. Incendio Duo produces flames of greater intensity and duration, while Incendio Tria achieves temperatures capable of melting metal and stone. These advanced variations require not just increased magical power, but refined control techniques that prevent the enhanced flames from escaping the caster's direction and causing unintended destruction. The psychological aspects of fire magic cannot be overlooked, as working with flames requires the kind of calm confidence that allows for precise control while acknowledging the genuine dangers involved. Students learning fire magic must overcome natural fear responses to flame while developing healthy respect for the destructive potential they are learning to harness. This balance between confidence and caution proves essential for safe advancement in fire magic, as either excessive fear or reckless overconfidence can result in serious accidents. The specialized applications of fire magic extend far beyond simple flame production to encompass techniques designed for specific purposes and environments. Lacanum Inflammari targets fabric specifically, creating flames that burn clothing while leaving the wearer unharmed, a technique with obvious applications in both pranks and emergencies where someone needs to remove contaminated or dangerous garments quickly. The creation of bluebell flames represents a masterpiece of controlled fire magic, producing flames that burn at temperatures cool enough to be handled safely while retaining their ability to provide light and moderate warmth. These specialized flames can be contained in jars or bottles without damaging their containers, making them ideal for portable lighting in situations where conventional flames would be too dangerous or impractical. The magic underlying blue flame creation requires sophisticated understanding of the relationship between flame, color, temperature, and chemical composition. Natural flames burn blue only under specific conditions involving particular fuel sources and oxygen mixtures, but magical blue flames achieve their distinctive appearance through direct magical intervention rather than chemical manipulation. This approach allows for precise control of flame properties that would be impossible to achieve through mundane means. The applications of contained magical fire extend beyond simple convenience to encompass emergency preparedness and specialized magical work that requires controlled flame sources. Bluebell flames can provide warmth in environments where conventional heating would be dangerous or impossible, illuminate confined spaces without consuming precious oxygen, and serve as components in complex magical procedures that require precisely controlled thermal energy. At the opposite extreme of fire magic lies the terrifying power of Fiendfyre, a form of magical flame so dangerous and uncontrollable that its use is forbidden in most civilized magical communities. This cursed fire manifests as living creatures made from flame that possess their own malevolent intelligence and insatiable hunger for destruction. Unlike controlled magical fire that responds to the caster's will, Fiendfyre actively seeks to escape containment and consume everything in its path, growing stronger with each successful act of destruction. The magic underlying Fiendfyre operates through principles that deliberately sacrifice control in favor of raw destructive power. The flames are imbued with a form of artificial intelligence that makes them effective at finding and destroying their targets. But this intelligence comes with an independence that makes them dangerous to friend and foe alike. Once summoned, Fiendfyre continues burning until it either runs out of material to consume or is extinguished through specialized counter-magic that few wizards possess the knowledge or courage to attempt. The creatures that manifest within Fiendfyre typically take forms that reflect the darkest aspects of the caster's psyche, emerging as serpents, dragons, and other beasts that embody predatory hunger and destructive rage. These flame creatures hunt with purpose and intelligence that exceeds mere animal instinct, suggesting that Fiendfyre draws upon magical forces that exist beyond normal elemental magic. in realms that touch upon the fundamental nature of evil itself. The historical uses of Fiendfyre in magical warfare demonstrate both its devastating effectiveness and the terrible costs associated with its deployment. Entire buildings and even small communities have been consumed by uncontrolled Fiendfyre, while the wizards who summoned it often perished alongside their enemies when the cursed flames turned upon their creators. The spell represents the ultimate cautionary tale about the dangers of pursuing magical power without sufficient wisdom to control the forces being unleashed. Water magic begins with the gentle utility of Aguamenti, a spell that creates clean, drinkable water from the caster's wand tip with reliability that makes it invaluable for everyday life and emergency situations. The magic underlying water creation operates through principles of elemental summoning that call forth pure H2O molecules from the ambient environment rather than transforming existing materials into water. This approach ensures that magically created water possesses all the properties of natural water while avoiding the contamination that might result from transfiguration-based approaches. The quantity and pressure of water produced through Aguamenti can be precisely controlled through variations in wand movement, vocal emphasis, and mental focus during casting. A gentle application might produce a small stream suitable for drinking or cooking, while more forceful casting can create powerful jets capable of extinguishing fires or providing emergency propulsion in aquatic environments. This scalability makes water magic remarkably versatile for addressing problems ranging from simple thirst to major emergencies. Aqua Eructo represents an enhanced form of water magic designed specifically for situations requiring large volumes of water delivered with considerable force. The spell creates concentrated streams of water under high pressure, making it ideal for firefighting applications or clearing obstacles that might block escape routes during emergencies. The increased power comes with correspondingly increased difficulty in casting and control, requiring practitioners to develop substantial magical strength before attempting such forceful water manipulation. The defensive applications of water magic demonstrate how elemental spells can serve protective purposes beyond their obvious utility functions. Water barriers can deflect certain types of magical attacks while providing concealment that disrupts enemy targeting. Steam created through rapid heating of magical water can obscure vision and provide cover for tactical movement, while ice formation through controlled cooling can create obstacles that impede enemy advance or provide improvised weapons for desperate situations. Drought magic represents the theoretical opposite of water creation, working to remove or repel moisture from specific areas or objects. The applications of moisture removal extend from practical household uses like drying clothes instantly to emergency situations where excess water creates dangers or obstacles. Advanced drought magic can create zones of extreme dryness that prove hostile to water-dependent magical creatures or spells that require moisture to function effectively. The magic underlying drought techniques operates through selective targeting of water molecules while leaving other substances unaffected. This precision prevents drought magic from damaging objects or creatures through excessive dehydration while allowing for effective removal of unwanted moisture. The spell requires sophisticated understanding of how water interacts with different materials and the potential consequences of rapid moisture removal in various environments. Air magic encompasses spells that manipulate atmospheric conditions and wind patterns to serve purposes ranging from gentle ventilation to powerful offensive capabilities. Ventus produces controlled jets of wind that can be directed with precision to clear obstacles, provide cooling, or generate propulsive force for various applications. The spell's effectiveness depends heavily on the caster's understanding of aerodynamics and air pressure dynamics, as improper technique can result in turbulent or unpredictable wind patterns. The enhancement of wind magic through spells like Ventus Duo demonstrates how elemental techniques can be scaled up to address increasingly demanding applications. More powerful wind magic can clear larger obstacles, provide propulsion for heavier objects, or create air currents strong enough to affect the flight patterns of birds and other flying creatures. These applications require careful consideration of environmental factors and potential unintended consequences of atmospheric manipulation. The defensive uses of air magic include creation of wind barriers that can deflect projectiles, disrupt enemy spells that travel through the air, and provide concealment through dust clouds or debris stirred up by directed wind currents. Offensive applications might involve using wind to knock opponents off balance, clear away protective cover, or deliver objects with greater accuracy and force than manual throwing could achieve. Advanced practitioners of air magic learn to manipulate atmospheric pressure and temperature in addition to simple wind direction and velocity. These techniques can create localized weather effects, generate thermal updrafts for flight assistance, or produce pressure differentials that serve various tactical and practical purposes. The complexity of such advanced air magic requires extensive study of meteorology and atmospheric physics alongside traditional magical theory. Earth magic begins with spells like Defodio that allow precise carving and excavation of stone, soil, and other solid materials. The magic underlying earth manipulation operates through directed application of force that can be precisely controlled to produce effects ranging from delicate engraving to major excavation projects. Unlike crude blasting techniques that destroy material indiscriminately, earth magic works with the natural structure of solid matter to achieve specific goals while minimizing collateral damage. The applications of earth carving magic extend from artistic purposes like stone sculpture to practical construction tasks and emergency situations requiring rapid modification of terrain. Defensive earthworks can be created quickly to provide cover during combat, while offensive applications might involve undermining enemy positions or creating obstacles that channel movement in desired directions. Orbis represents a more dramatic form of earth magic that creates effects resembling localized earthquakes or ground instability. The spell can cause targets to sink partially into the ground, creating temporary restraints or obstacles that prove difficult to escape without assistance. The magic operates through selective manipulation of soil density and cohesion, creating zones of instability while leaving surrounding areas unaffected. The risks associated with earth magic include potential structural damage to buildings or natural formations when spells are applied without sufficient understanding of geological principles, undermining foundations, or creating instabilities in load-bearing rock formations can result in catastrophic collapses that endanger far more people than the original magical application was intended to affect. Proper earth magic education therefore includes basic geology and engineering principles alongside spellcasting techniques. Ice magic through the Glacius family of spells demonstrates how elemental magic can achieve effects that combine multiple natural forces in coordinated applications. Freezing spells work by rapidly removing thermal energy from their targets, while simultaneously adding moisture that crystallizes into ice formations. The result is both cooling and immobilization effects that prove useful for preservation, obstacle creation, and tactical applications. The progression from basic freezing effects through Glacius Duo to the intense cold of Glacius Tria mirrors the advancement patterns found in other elemental magic families. Each level of enhancement requires greater magical power and more sophisticated control techniques, while producing correspondingly more dramatic effects. Advanced ice magic can create formations strong enough to serve as bridges or barriers, generate temperatures low enough to shatter certain materials, and produce effects that persist for extended periods without magical maintenance. The combination of freezing and immobilization effects makes ice magic particularly valuable for non-lethal combat applications and emergency situations where rapid cooling or solidification serves important purposes. Medical applications might involve using controlled freezing to numb pain or slow bleeding, while practical uses could include creating temporary repairs for damaged equipment or structures. Weather modification magic represents the ultimate expression of atmospheric elemental control, allowing practitioners to influence large-scale meteorological patterns and conditions. The complexity of weather magic stems from the need to account for countless variables that affect atmospheric behavior, from temperature and humidity gradients to pressure systems and solar heating effects. Small changes in local conditions can produce far-reaching consequences through the chaotic dynamics of weather systems. Meteorologix Recanto serves as the counterspell for weather modification magic, demonstrating the importance of being able to reverse atmospheric changes that produce undesired or dangerous effects. The ability to cancel weather magic proves as important as the ability to create it, particularly when magical weather modification begins producing effects that exceed the caster's ability to control or predict. The ethical considerations surrounding weather magic include questions about the rights of communities to modify atmospheric conditions that may affect neighboring areas, the environmental consequences of artificial weather patterns, and the potential for weather magic to be used as a weapon against civilian populations. The power to control rainfall, temperature, and storm systems carries implications that extend far beyond individual magical practice into realm of public policy and international relations. Plant magic through spells like Herbivicus demonstrates how elemental control extends beyond simple manipulation of physical forces to encompass living systems and biological processes. Growth acceleration magic requires understanding not just of plant biology, but of the complex relationships between plants and their environments, including soil chemistry, nutrient availability, and the ecological networks that support healthy plant communities. The applications of plant magic extend from agricultural enhancement and food production to landscaping, habitat restoration, and emergency situations where rapid plant growth might provide shelter, concealment, or other vital resources. Herbivores takes plant magic in a different direction by causing flowers to sprout from targeted objects or people, demonstrating how biological magic can serve decorative, symbolic, or tactical purposes beyond simple growth acceleration. The connection between plant magic and seasonal cycles reflects the deep relationship between magical practice and natural rhythms that has characterized elemental magic throughout human history. Spells that work with plant growth are often more effective during seasons when natural growth patterns support magical enhancement, while attempting to force plant growth during dormant periods requires greater magical energy and produces less stable results. The integration of elemental magic with other branches of spell work creates possibilities for hybrid techniques that combine multiple natural forces in coordinated effects. Fire and air magic can be combined to create controlled explosions or enhanced combustion effects, while water and earth magic together enable mud creation, erosion control, and other applications that require manipulation of both liquid and solid matter simultaneously. The environmental consciousness required for responsible elemental magic practice includes understanding of how magical intervention in natural systems can produce unintended ecological consequences. Altering local water patterns might affect plant and animal communities that depend on existing hydrological cycles, while large-scale weather modification can influence agricultural patterns and wildlife migrations across vast geographical areas. The teaching methodology for elemental magic emphasizes respect for natural forces alongside technical mastery of control techniques. Students must develop appreciation for the power and unpredictability of elemental forces while learning to work with them rather than simply attempting to dominate them through magical coercion. This philosophical approach reflects ancient magical traditions that understood successful elemental magic as partnership rather than conquest. Advanced practitioners of elemental magic often specialize in particular elements that align with their natural aptitudes and interests, developing expertise that allows them to achieve effects impossible for generalist spellcasters. Fire specialists might master flame control so precise they can write in midair with ribbons of controlled combustion, while water experts could create ice sculptures of extraordinary complexity or manipulate humidity levels with surgical precision. The philosophical implications of elemental magic touch upon fundamental questions about humanity's relationship with the natural world and the appropriate extent of magical intervention in natural processes. The ability to summon fire, create water, command wind, and reshape Earth represents unprecedented power over the forces that shape our environment, carrying responsibilities that extend far beyond individual magical practice into stewardship of the planet itself. The historical development of elemental magic reveals how these fundamental techniques have evolved through millennia of human experimentation and refinement. Ancient practitioners achieved only crude manipulation of natural forces, while modern elemental magic represents sophisticated understanding of physical principles combined with magical techniques refined through countless generations of trial and error. The international variations in elemental magical traditions reflect different cultural approaches to understanding humanity's relationship with natural forces. Some magical traditions emphasize harmony and cooperation with elemental forces, while others focus on mastery and control. These different philosophical approaches often produce similar practical results through different methodological pathways, suggesting that multiple valid approaches exist toward understanding and working with elemental magic. The conservation principles that govern elemental magic ensure that even dramatic magical effects must respect fundamental physical laws about energy, conservation, and thermodynamics. Fire magic cannot create thermal energy from nothing but must draw upon existing energy sources, while water magic must obtain H2O molecules from somewhere in the environment, rather than creating matter ex nihilo. As students progress from basic elemental manipulation into the advanced techniques that can influence weather patterns and reshape landscapes, they carry with them the understanding that elemental magic represents both humanity's greatest power over the natural world and our greatest responsibility toward environmental stewardship. The flames they learn to summon, the water they create, the winds they command, and the earth they reshape connect them to the fundamental forces that sustain all life, transforming them from mere observers of natural phenomena into active participants in the ongoing process of creation itself. The mastery of elemental magic thus becomes not just technical achievement, but spiritual evolution, marking the practitioner's growth from someone who is subject to natural forces into someone who can work alongside them as partner and guardian of the delicate balances that make life possible. In the shadowed corridors where knowledge becomes power and information transforms into influence, there exists a collection of spells so fundamental to the functioning of magical society that they form the invisible backbone of communication, intelligence gathering, and truth-seeking that connects every witch and wizard to the vast network of magical knowledge. These are not the flashy combat spells that capture public attention, nor the healing magic that saves lives in dramatic moments, but the quiet, persistent enchantments that reveal hidden truths, detect concealed dangers, and facilitate the flow of information that makes civilized magical life possible. The foundation of all detection magic rests upon Hominum Revelio, a spell whose deceptively simple name conceals sophisticated magical theory about consciousness recognition and human identification. When properly cast, this incantation creates a magical field that extends outward from the caster, seeking the distinctive magical signatures that mark the presence of human consciousness within its range of influence. The spell represents humanity's eternal need to know who shares their space, transforming paranoid uncertainty into reliable knowledge that can inform decisions about safety, privacy, and appropriate behavior. The magic underlying human detection operates through recognition of the unique electromagnetic patterns generated by conscious human minds, patterns that differ substantially from those produced by animals, magical creatures, or inanimate objects under magical influence. The spell's ability to distinguish between different types of consciousness requires sophisticated magical analysis that goes far beyond simple life detection to encompass the specific qualities that characterize human awareness and intelligence. The range and sensitivity of hominum revelio can be modified through variations in casting technique, magical power investment, and environmental conditions that affect the propagation of detection magic. Basic applications might detect human presence within a single room or small building, while advanced practitioners can extend their awareness across entire properties or even neighborhoods when circumstances require such comprehensive surveillance. The limitations of human detection magic provide important lessons about the boundaries of magical information gathering and the countermeasures that determined individuals can employ to evade detection. Powerful concealment magic can mask human magical signatures from detection spells, while certain magical creatures possess sufficient intelligence and magical sophistication to confuse human detection systems. The spell also struggles with individuals who have been heavily modified through transfiguration or who possess mixed human-creature heritage that blurs the magical signatures used for identification. The ethical implications of human detection magic raise fundamental questions about privacy rights and the appropriate extent of magical surveillance in civilized society. The ability to detect human presence regardless of physical concealment represents unprecedented invasive capability that can be easily misused for stalking, burglary, or political oppression. Educational instruction in detection magic must therefore include comprehensive discussion of legal restrictions, moral responsibilities, and the importance of using such capabilities only for legitimate protective purposes. The psychological impact of detection magic on both casters and targets reflects broader social tensions about privacy and security in magical communities. Those who possess detection capabilities often develop heightened awareness of their surroundings that can border on paranoia, while individuals who know they might be subject to magical detection may experience anxiety about their ability to maintain personal privacy and autonomy. From basic human detection, magical investigation naturally progresses to the revelation of spell traces and magical history through Prior Incantato, a spell that demonstrates magic's capacity to leave permanent impressions on the physical world that can be detected and analyzed by those who possess appropriate knowledge and technique. The magic that reveals previously cast spells operates through analysis of residual magical energies that cling to wands after they have been used to channel various types of spell work. The theoretical foundation underlying spell trace detection rests upon the principle that magical energy, once channeled through a focus like a wand, leaves distinctive patterns and signatures that persist for extended periods, unless deliberately removed through specialized cleansing techniques. These magical fingerprints contain detailed information about the spells that created them, including their general classification, power level, and often the specific incantations used during casting. The practical application of Prior Incantato requires considerable skill in magical analysis and pattern recognition, as interpreting spell traces involves distinguishing between different types of magical signatures while accounting for factors like temporal decay, environmental interference, and deliberate attempts to obscure or falsify magical evidence. Advanced practitioners can determine not just what spells were cast, but approximately when they were used and under what circumstances. The forensic applications of spell trace detection have revolutionized magical law enforcement by providing objective evidence of magical crimes that might otherwise be impossible to investigate effectively. Wands used in illegal magical activity carry permanent records of their misuse, creating evidence trails that can lead investigators to perpetrators and establish timelines of criminal activity with unprecedented accuracy. The defensive applications of spell history analysis allow individuals to determine whether their possessions have been subjected to unauthorized magical manipulation, whether locations have been compromised by enemy surveillance or attack spells, and whether magical items have been tampered with through curse or charm application. This capability proves invaluable for maintaining personal security and detecting magical fraud or sabotage. The phenomenon, known as priori incantatem, represents an extreme manifestation of spell trace interaction that occurs when wands sharing core materials from the same source are forced into direct magical confrontation. The resulting effect causes both wands to regurgitate spectral echoes of spells they have previously cast, creating ghostly manifestations that provide dramatic demonstration of the magical history contained within properly crafted focusing instruments. The rarity and unpredictability of priori incantatem effects make them unsuitable for routine investigative purposes, but the phenomenon provides valuable insights into the deep connections that exist between magical tools and the spells they channel. The spectral echoes produced during such encounters contain far more detailed information than normal spell trace analysis can reveal, including visual representations of spell effects, and sometimes even echoes of the emotional states that accompanied original spellcasting. The study of wand interaction phenomena has led to improved understanding of how magical focuses store and channel energy, contributing to advances in wand crafting techniques and the development of specialized magical tools designed for specific, investigative, or analytical purposes. These innovations demonstrate how theoretical magical research can produce practical applications that benefit both law enforcement and civilian magical practice. Advanced detection magic encompasses spells like Specialist Revelio that go beyond simple human presence or spell history to identify specific magical properties and enchantments that might be concealed within objects, locations, or even people. This powerful analytical magic represents the culmination of detection theory, providing comprehensive magical analysis that can reveal virtually any form of magical modification, enhancement, or concealment that has been applied to its targets. The magic underlying comprehensive magical revelation operates through systematic analysis of all magical energies present in the target area, sorting through complex overlapping patterns to identify individual enchantments and their specific purposes. The spell must account for the ways different magical effects interact with each other, how they might mask or amplify each other's signatures, and how environmental factors influence the detection and analysis of magical phenomena. The complexity of interpreting results from comprehensive magical detection requires extensive training in magical theory and practical experience with a wide variety of enchantments and their signatures. Practitioners must learn to recognize the characteristic patterns associated with different types of magic while understanding how these patterns change based on factors like casting technique, magical power levels, and the age of the enchantments being analyzed. The applications of comprehensive magical analysis extend from routine security inspections and magical item authentication to complex investigations involving sophisticated magical fraud, cursed objects, or attempts to conceal magical evidence through layered obfuscation techniques. The spell's ability to penetrate most forms of magical concealment makes it an essential tool for anyone who must work with potentially dangerous or deceptive magical materials. The revelation of invisible writing through apparesium demonstrates how detection magic can serve scholarly and investigative purposes by uncovering information that has been deliberately hidden through magical or mundane means. The spell that makes invisible ink visible operates through enhancement of faded or concealed markings, while filtering out interference and degradation that might obscure the original text. The magic underlying text revelation works by amplifying trace chemical signatures left by invisible writing materials while suppressing background patterns that might interfere with readability. Advanced applications can reveal text that has been magically erased, writings that have been covered by other materials, and even impressions left by writing instruments on underlying surfaces. The historical applications of text revelation magic include recovery of lost magical knowledge from damaged or partially destroyed manuscripts, investigation of forged documents and fraudulent magical contracts, and uncovering secret communications that might reveal criminal conspiracies or intelligence about enemy activities. The scholarly value of invisible text detection extends beyond simple information recovery to encompass broader understanding of historical magical practices and the development of magical knowledge through different periods and cultures. Ancient texts often contain multiple layers of writing that reflect different authors and time periods, creating complex palimpsests that require sophisticated magical analysis to decode properly. Navigation magic through spells like Point Me represents the practical application of detection principles to the fundamental human need for orientation and direction finding in unfamiliar environments. The 4-point spell operates through magical sensing of the Earth's magnetic field, combined with gravitational analysis that allows precise determination of cardinal directions, regardless of environmental conditions that might confuse conventional navigation methods. The magic underlying directional detection requires understanding of how magical sensitivity can be applied to natural phenomena like magnetic fields and gravitational variations that provide reliable reference points for navigation purposes. The spell must filter out interference from magical sources while maintaining sensitivity to the subtle natural forces that provide directional information. Advanced applications of navigation magic can provide more detailed locational information than simple cardinal directions, including distance estimation to known landmarks, identification of elevation changes, and detection of geographical features that might affect travel planning. These enhanced capabilities require considerably more magical power and analytical skill than basic direction-finding applications. The integration of magical navigation with conventional orienteering techniques produces hybrid approaches that combine the reliability of magical direction finding with practical knowledge of terrain, weather patterns, and travel conditions that affect navigation in real-world environments. Communication enhancement through spells like Sonorous demonstrates how detection and analysis magic can be applied to improve information, transmission, and reception in challenging environments. The spell that amplifies sound operates through selective enhancement of vocal frequencies while filtering out background noise and interference that might compromise message clarity. The magic underlying voice amplification requires sophisticated understanding of acoustic principles and sound wave propagation, combined with selective magical enhancement that boosts desired signals without creating feedback or distortion. The spell must account for environmental factors like wind, distance, and physical obstacles that affect sound transmission while maintaining voice quality and intelligibility. The applications of magical voice amplification extend from simple communication across distances to emergency signaling, crowd control, and situations where clear communication is essential for safety or coordination purposes. The ability to make one's voice carry clearly over long distances or through adverse conditions can prove life-saving in emergency situations. Advanced communication magic encompasses techniques for selectively directing amplified speech towards specific individuals or groups while preventing eavesdropping by unauthorized listeners. These targeted communication approaches require considerable skill in magical focusing and audience selection, but provide unprecedented capability for secure communication in hostile environments. The development of linked communication systems through spells like the Protean Charm represents the ultimate achievement in magical information networking, creating permanent connections between objects that allow instantaneous communication across any distance without regard for physical barriers or interference. The charm that creates sympathetic links between identical objects operates through establishment of quantum-level magical connections that maintain perfect synchronization, regardless of spatial separation. The theoretical foundation underlying linked communication magic draws upon principles of magical resonance and synchronicity that challenge conventional understanding of space and time. Objects connected through Protean charm effects exist in a state of magical entanglement that allows changes to one item to be instantly reflected in all connected items, creating a communication network that transcends normal physical limitations. The practical applications of linked communication systems include coordination of resistance activities during wartime, maintenance of contact between family members across great distances, and creation of emergency communication networks that remain functional even when conventional magical communications are disrupted or compromised. The security considerations surrounding linked communication magic include protection against interception, prevention of unauthorized access to communication networks, and countermeasures against attempts to use linked objects for tracking or surveillance purposes. The permanent nature of Protean charm connections creates both advantages and vulnerabilities that must be carefully managed through appropriate security protocols. The exploration of consciousness reading magic through legilimency represents perhaps the most invasive and controversial form of information gathering available to magical practitioners, as it involves direct access to another person's thoughts, memories, and mental processes without their consent or control. The magic that enables mind reading operates through establishment of psychic connections that allow the practitioner to perceive and interpret the complex patterns of neural activity that constitute human consciousness. The complexity of legilimency stems not just from the magical techniques required to establish mental connections, but from the sophisticated analytical skills needed to interpret the chaotic flow of thoughts, memories, and emotions that characterize human consciousness. Practitioners must learn to navigate mental landscapes that follow dream logic rather than rational organization, while distinguishing between genuine memories and fantasies, current thoughts, and remembered experiences. The ethical implications of mind-reading magic raise fundamental questions about mental privacy, personal autonomy, and the rights of individuals to maintain control over their own thoughts and memories. The ability to access someone's mind without permission represents the ultimate violation of personal boundaries, making legilimency one of the most morally problematic branches of magical practice. The defensive techniques developed to counter mind-reading attempts, collectively known as occlumency, demonstrate the ongoing arms race between those who would invade mental privacy and those who seek to protect it. The art of mental defense requires disciplined control over one's thoughts and emotions, combined with specific techniques for creating mental barriers that can resist or deflect legilimency attacks. The applications of mind-reading magic in legitimate investigative work must be carefully balanced against respect for civil liberties and due process rights that protect individuals from unauthorized mental intrusion. Even in cases involving serious crimes or national security concerns, the use of legilimency raises questions about the reliability of evidence obtained through mental invasion and the potential for abuse by those who possess such capabilities. Surveillance detection magic represents a crucial defensive capability that allows individuals and organizations to determine whether they are being watched through magical or mundane means. These spells operate through analysis of environmental factors that indicate the presence of hidden observers, while detecting the magical signatures associated with various forms of surveillance magic. The magic underlying surveillance detection requires understanding of how different observation techniques create detectable changes in the environment, from the magical emanations produced by scrying spells to the subtle disturbances caused by concealed human observers. Advanced detection techniques can identify specific types of surveillance and sometimes even determine the identity and location of those conducting unauthorized observation. The countermeasures against magical surveillance encompass both defensive techniques that prevent observation and offensive approaches that disable or mislead surveillance systems. These countermeasures range from simple concealment magic to sophisticated deception techniques that feed false information to surveillance systems while concealing actual activities from detection. The integration of surveillance detection with other security measures creates comprehensive protective systems that can maintain privacy and operational security even in environments where multiple forms of observation might be employed simultaneously. These layered security approaches require careful coordination between different types of defensive magic, while accounting for the ways various countermeasures might interfere with each other. Taboo magic represents the ultimate expression of detection and surveillance capabilities, creating kingdom-wide monitoring systems that can instantly identify and locate anyone who speaks forbidden words or phrases. The magic underlying taboo effects operates through establishment of magical resonance patterns that respond to specific vocal signatures, while providing real-time location data about anyone who triggers the detection system. The implementation of taboo magic on words like Voldemort during the Second Wizarding War demonstrated both the power and the dangers of comprehensive surveillance systems that monitor all speech within their area of effect. While such systems can provide valuable intelligence about enemy activities, they also represent unprecedented invasive capability that threatens the privacy and freedom of entire populations. The technical challenges involved in maintaining taboo effects across large geographical areas require enormous magical resources and sophisticated analytical capabilities that can process thousands of simultaneous speech patterns, while identifying specific target words among the constant background of normal conversation. The magical infrastructure needed to support such systems represents one of the most complex achievements in applied magical engineering. The resistance techniques developed to counter taboo magic include avoidance of forbidden words, use of code words and euphemisms, and magical countermeasures that can mask or distort speech patterns to prevent detection. These defensive approaches demonstrate the ongoing evolution of privacy protection techniques in response to increasingly sophisticated surveillance capabilities. As students progress from basic detection magic into the advanced techniques that can penetrate the deepest secrets and most sophisticated concealment methods, they carry with them The understanding that information magic represents both humanity's greatest tool for understanding truth and its greatest temptation toward violation of privacy and autonomy. The spells they learn to cast, the secrets they uncover, and the communications they facilitate connect them to networks of knowledge and influence that extend far beyond individual magical practice into the realm of social responsibility and ethical judgment. The mastery of detection and communication magic thus becomes not just technical achievement but moral evolution, requiring practitioners to balance their capability for discovering hidden truth against respect for the privacy and dignity that make such truth-seeking worthwhile in the first place. In the wind-swept heights where distance becomes meaningless and time bends to the will of those who understand its deepest mysteries, there exists a collection of spells that has fundamentally transformed the nature of wizarding existence by conquering humanity's greatest limitations, the barriers of space and the constraints of physical movement. These are not merely convenient alternatives to mundane transportation, but profound magical achievements that challenge the very concepts of here and there, now and then, making possible forms of travel that compress continents into single steps and transform journeys that might take days or weeks into instantaneous transitions between distant locations. The foundation of all magical transportation rests upon apparition, a spell so fundamental to wizarding life that entire legal and social structures have evolved around its proper regulation and application. When a witch or wizard focuses their will upon a distant destination and disappears from their current location, only to reappear instantly elsewhere, they participate in magic that operates according to principles that transcend conventional understanding of space, time, and the physical laws that govern mundane movement through the world. The magical theory underlying apparition involves the temporary dissolution of the caster's physical form into pure magical energy that can traverse any distance instantaneously before reconstituting itself at the intended destination. This process requires absolute concentration on three fundamental principles: destination, determination, and deliberation, each representing a crucial aspect of the complex magical and psychological processes that make successful teleportation possible. Destination encompasses far more than simple geographical awareness of where one wishes to travel. Successful apparition requires the caster to possess clear, detailed mental visualization of their intended arrival point, including not just the general location, but specific environmental details that allow the magic to accurately reconstruct their physical form in the correct spatial coordinates. Attempting to apparate to locations that exist only in vague memory or second-hand description often results in incomplete arrival or dangerous spatial displacement. Determination reflects the absolute commitment and unwavering will required to maintain magical focus throughout the brief but intense process of physical dissolution and reconstruction. Doubt, fear, or hesitation during apparition can result in incomplete transportation that leaves the caster partially materialized between their starting point and destination, a condition known as splinching that can cause serious injury or death if the separated body parts cannot be quickly reunited and healed. Deliberation emphasizes the careful, methodical approach that must characterize every aspect of apparition from initial planning through final execution. Rushed or careless teleportation attempts frequently result in missed destinations, spatial displacement, or the various forms of splinching that can occur when the complex magical processes involved in transportation are not given sufficient time and attention to complete properly. The learning process for apparition magic presents unique challenges that go far beyond simple spellcasting technique to encompass psychological preparation for experiences that have no mundane equivalent. Students must overcome natural fear responses to the sensation of physical dissolution while developing confidence in magic that could kill them instantly if performed incorrectly. The training typically begins with short-distance teleportation between clearly visible locations before gradually progressing to longer distances and destinations that cannot be directly observed. The licensing requirements for legal apparition reflect the serious public safety concerns associated with magical transportation that can easily result in accidents affecting not just the caster, but innocent bystanders who might be struck by improperly materialized wizards or damaged by the magical disturbances that accompany failed teleportation attempts. The examination process tests not just technical ability to perform successful apparition, but understanding of legal restrictions, emergency procedures, and the ethical responsibilities that come with such powerful transportation capabilities. The physical sensations associated with apparition vary significantly between individuals and with experience levels, ranging from mild discomfort, comparable to motion sickness, to intense disorientation that can leave inexperienced travelers incapacitated for several minutes after arrival. The compression of normal sensory experience into the brief moment of transportation creates psychological effects that some people find exhilarating, while others find traumatic enough to avoid apparition entirely, despite its obvious conveniences. Advanced practitioners of apparition magic can achieve effects that exceed basic point-to-point teleportation, including side-along apparition that allows transportation of additional passengers, combat apparition that enables rapid movement during dangerous situations, and precision apparition that allows materialization in extremely confined spaces or dangerous environments that would challenge less skilled practitioners. The creation of portkeys through the spell Portus represents an alternative approach to magical transportation that provides many of the benefits of apparition while avoiding some of its risks and limitations. The magic that transforms ordinary objects into transportation devices operates through the establishment of permanent magical connections between the enchanted item and its designated destination, creating preset transportation that can be activated by touch rather than requiring complex magical technique from the user. The theoretical foundation underlying portkey magic involves the binding of spatial displacement spells into physical objects that serve as magical anchors for transportation effects. The enchanted objects maintain their connection to designated destinations until the magic is deliberately removed or naturally dissipates over time, allowing for reliable transportation that does not depend on the user's magical ability or knowledge of apparition techniques. The practical applications of portkey transportation extend far beyond simple convenience to encompass emergency evacuation systems, mass transportation for large groups, and secure travel to secret locations that might be difficult or dangerous to reach through normal apparition. The objects chosen for portkey enchantment are typically selected for their durability, inconspicuous appearance, and resistance to accidental activation that might transport unwary individuals to dangerous or restricted destinations. The regulation of portkey creation through ministry licensing reflects concerns about unauthorized transportation devices that might be used for smuggling, invasion of restricted areas, or terrorist attacks that exploit the difficulty of defending against instantaneous arrival of hostile forces. Legal portkeys must be registered with appropriate authorities and include safety features that prevent accidental activation, while ensuring that emergency services can track and disable them if necessary. The international complications surrounding portkey transportation include questions of sovereignty when transportation devices cross national boundaries, customs enforcement challenges when goods and people can bypass normal border controls, and the diplomatic negotiations required to establish legal frameworks for magical transportation between different countries with varying regulations and security concerns. Unsupported flight represents perhaps the most advanced form of magical transportation, allowing practitioners to move through the air without requiring broomsticks, flying carpets, or other external devices to maintain altitude and control direction. The magic that enables human flight operates through direct manipulation of gravitational forces combined with propulsion techniques that can achieve speeds and maneuverability that exceed those possible with traditional flying. Implements. The complexity of unsupported flight magic stems from the need to coordinate multiple magical effects simultaneously, while maintaining precise control over altitude, speed, and direction during movement through three-dimensional space. Practitioners must master levitation techniques, propulsion magic, and stability controls, while developing the spatial awareness and reflexes needed to navigate safely through environments that contain obstacles, weather hazards, and other aircraft. The rarity of unsupported flight capability reflects both the extraordinary skill requirements and the years of dedicated practice needed to achieve reliable flight without external support. Most wizards who attempt to develop flight abilities never progress beyond brief hovering or uncontrolled gliding, while those who do achieve genuine flight often require decades of study and practice to reach levels of proficiency that make unsupported flight practical for transportation purposes. The strategic advantages of unsupported flight include complete independence from transportation devices that might be lost or damaged, unlimited maneuverability that exceeds what can be achieved with broomsticks or other flying implements, and the psychological impact on observers who may be demoralized by encountering opponents capable of such advanced magical abilities. The defensive applications of flight magic extend beyond simple aerial mobility to encompass three-dimensional combat tactics that exploit vertical movement advantages, while providing escape options that are unavailable to ground-based opponents. Aerial combat requires specialized techniques for maintaining magical focus while moving at high speeds through potentially turbulent atmospheric conditions. Advanced levitation magic through spells like locomotor demonstrates how movement principles can be applied to objects and other people rather than just the caster themselves. The magic that causes targeted items to hover and move according to the caster's will operates through remote application of the same gravitational manipulation techniques used for personal flight, though controlling external objects presents additional challenges related to distance, line of sight, and the magical interference that results from applying levitation effects to targets that may possess their own magical properties. The applications of object levitation extend from practical household uses like furniture, rearrangement, and heavy lifting to combat techniques that can turn environmental objects into weapons or shields. Advanced practitioners can levitate multiple objects simultaneously, while coordinating their movements in complex patterns that serve tactical or artistic purposes. Mobiliarbus specifically targets wooden objects for levitation and manipulation, demonstrating how movement magic can be specialized for particular types of materials that possess distinctive magical properties. Wood from different tree species responds differently to levitation magic, with some varieties proving more receptive to magical control, while others resist external manipulation or exhibit unpredictable behavior when subjected to movement spells. The specialized applications of wood-specific levitation include forestry magic that can position fallen trees or clear debris from pathways, combat techniques that weaponize wooden objects or create barriers from available timber, and artistic applications that enable precise manipulation of wooden sculptures or construction materials. Mobilicorpus represents one of the most sensitive applications of movement magic, involving the levitation and transportation of human beings who may be unconscious, injured, or otherwise unable to control their own movement. The magic that safely moves human bodies requires exceptional care to avoid injury from improper positioning, excessive acceleration, or collision with obstacles during transportation. The medical applications of body transportation magic prove invaluable in emergency situations where injured individuals must be moved quickly from dangerous locations to places where they can receive proper treatment. The spell allows for smooth, controlled movement that minimizes additional trauma while providing rapid transportation that might not be possible through mundane means. The ethical considerations surrounding involuntary human transportation include questions of consent, dignity, and the potential for abuse of magic that can move people against their will. The spell's legitimate medical and emergency applications must be balanced against the obvious potential for kidnapping, assault, or other criminal uses of magical body manipulation. The precision required for safe human transportation demands thorough understanding of anatomy, injury patterns, and the physiological effects of acceleration and positioning, changes on injured or unconscious individuals. Improper use of body levitation magic can worsen existing injuries or create new trauma through careless handling during magical transportation. Movement control magic encompasses spells like Arresto Momentum that can slow or halt the motion of objects and people who are moving at dangerous speeds. The magic that counteracts kinetic energy operates through selective application of opposing forces that can reduce velocity without causing the jarring impacts that might result from sudden stops achieved through conventional means. The applications of momentum arrest magic prove crucial in emergency situations involving falling people, runaway objects, or any scenario where dangerous motion must be controlled quickly to prevent injury or damage. The spell's ability to provide graduated deceleration makes it far safer than barriers or obstacles that might cause trauma through sudden impact. The technical challenges involved in momentum control include accurate assessment of velocity and mass that determine how much magical force is needed to achieve safe deceleration, timing considerations that require precise activation to be effective, and the potential complications that arise when multiple objects moving at different speeds must be controlled simultaneously. Advanced applications of momentum magic can selectively affect different objects within the same area, allowing for complex manipulations that might slow some items while allowing others to continue moving normally. These discriminating effects require sophisticated magical control that can distinguish between different targets while applying appropriate forces to each. The magical barriers that prevent unauthorized transportation through anti-disapparition jinxes demonstrate how movement magic can be restricted or controlled through environmental enchantments that interfere with teleportation attempts. These protective spells create magical fields that disrupt the complex processes involved in apparition, while preventing other forms of magical transportation within their area of effect. The magic underlying transportation barriers operates through interference with the spatial displacement techniques used for teleportation, creating magical static that prevents successful dissolution and reconstruction of physical forms during attempted apparition. The barriers can be configured to block all transportation magic or to allow passage for authorized individuals while preventing access by potential intruders. The applications of transportation barriers include security for sensitive locations that might be vulnerable to magical infiltration, protection of events or gatherings where crowd control requires preventing unauthorized departure or arrival, and containment of dangerous individuals who might attempt to escape through magical transportation. The limitations of anti-transportation magic include the enormous magical energy required to maintain barriers over large areas for extended periods, the potential for sufficiently powerful wizards to overwhelm or circumvent the protective effects, and the challenges involved in creating barriers that prevent hostile teleportation while allowing legitimate emergency transportation when needed. The integration of movement magic with other branches of spellwork creates possibilities for hybrid techniques that combine transportation with offensive, defensive, or utilitarian effects. Combat apparition might involve teleportation directly into attack positions while casting offensive spells simultaneously, while defensive transportation could include automatic evacuation triggers that activate when certain threat conditions are detected. The strategic implications of magical transportation extend far beyond individual convenience to encompass military tactics, law enforcement challenges, and social changes that result from the ability to move instantly across vast distances. Traditional concepts of borders, jurisdiction, and territorial control become complex when dealing with populations that can teleport freely between distant locations. The economic impact of magical transportation includes reduced costs for trade and communication, new business models that exploit instant delivery capabilities, and labor market changes that allow people to work in locations far from their homes without relocating permanently. These economic transformations create both opportunities and challenges for magical communities, adapting to transportation technologies that fundamentally alter traditional relationships between geography and commerce. The social implications of widespread magical transportation include changes in family structures when distance no longer limits regular contact, cultural exchanges that result from easy travel between distant communities, and the gradual development of truly global magical society that transcends traditional geographical boundaries. The environmental considerations surrounding magical transportation include questions about the energy costs of teleportation magic, the impact of transportation barriers on magical ecosystems, and the potential consequences of large-scale transportation magic use on the fundamental structure of space and time itself. The evolution of transportation magic continues through ongoing research into more efficient techniques, safer methods for mass transportation, and hybrid approaches that combine magical and mundane transportation technologies. These developments promise even greater changes in how magical communities organize themselves and relate to the physical world. The training methodologies for advanced transportation magic emphasize safety procedures, emergency protocols, and the development of spatial awareness that allows practitioners to navigate complex three-dimensional environments while maintaining control over their movement abilities. Students must learn not just how to perform various transportation techniques, but how to adapt them to changing conditions and unexpected circumstances. The specialization within transportation magic has produced experts in areas such as combat mobility, emergency evacuation, long-distance travel, and precision teleportation, who develop capabilities far beyond general transportation knowledge. These specialists often serve crucial roles in magical law enforcement, emergency services, and military organizations that depend on advanced movement capabilities. The international cooperation required for magical transportation systems includes development of common safety standards, coordination of emergency response procedures, and diplomatic agreements that govern the use of transportation magic for commercial and governmental purposes. These cooperative efforts demonstrate how magical transportation creates needs for unprecedented levels of international coordination and mutual understanding. As students progress from basic levitation magic into the advanced techniques that can compress space and time into personal transportation systems, they carry with them the understanding that movement magic represents both humanity's greatest freedom from physical limitations and its greatest responsibility for using such freedom wisely and compassionately. The spells they learn to cast, the distances they learn to traverse, and the barriers they learn to overcome connect them to a world without boundaries, where the only limits on exploration and connection are those imposed by wisdom, ethics, and respect for others who share the same unlimited universe. The mastery of transportation magic thus becomes not just technical achievement, but spiritual liberation, transforming practitioners from beings constrained by geography into citizens of a world where every destination is equally accessible, and every journey becomes possible through the application of sufficient knowledge, skill, and determination. In the deepest chambers of magical knowledge, where shadows gather thick as ancient guilt and the very air seems tainted with the residue of terrible choices, there exists a collection of spells so fundamentally corrupted that their mere existence challenges every assumption about the nature of magic and morality. These are not simply powerful enchantments that require careful handling, nor advanced techniques that demand exceptional skill. They are manifestations of human evil given magical form, testament to the capacity for cruelty that exists within the hearts of those who choose darkness over light, power over compassion, dominion over service. The three unforgivable curses stand as monuments to magical law and ethical judgment, their very designation reflecting not just legal prohibition but moral recognition that certain acts transcend the boundaries of acceptable behavior, regardless of circumstances or justification. These spells represent the intersection of magical capability with human moral choice, demonstrating how the same knowledge and power that can heal, protect, and create can be perverted into instruments of ultimate violation when wielded by those who have abandoned their connection to empathy and conscience. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, embodies humanity's darkest impulse transformed into magical reality, the desire to end another's existence completely and permanently through direct application of will. When a witch or wizard speaks this forbidden incantation while harboring genuine intent to kill, they channel magical energy so fundamentally opposed to life that it severs the connection between soul and body instantly and irreversibly. The green light that accompanies this curse represents not mere magical effect, but the visible manifestation of death itself, concentrated into a form that can be directed with precision against chosen targets. The magical theory underlying the killing curse operates through direct assault upon the fundamental life force that animates all living beings, bypassing physical defenses to strike at the very essence of existence itself. Unlike other harmful spells that damage the body and allow death to result from injury or trauma, Avada Kedavra attacks life directly, making it impossible to treat or counteract through conventional healing magic once the curse has taken effect. The psychological requirements for successfully casting the killing curse extend far beyond simple magical technique into the realm of moral corruption that few individuals possess naturally and fewer still choose to cultivate deliberately. The spell demands not just intent to cause harm but genuine desire to end another's existence completely, requiring a level of emotional disconnection and moral abandonment that fundamentally alters the caster's relationship with all other living beings. The inability of most witches and wizards to cast unforgivable curses effectively reflects not lack of magical power or technical knowledge, but preservation of the moral and emotional barriers that prevent normal people from embracing the mindset necessary for ultimate violation of others. The curses serve as psychological tests that reveal the caster's true character more clearly than any other magical practice, distinguishing between those who retain their humanity and those who have chosen to sacrifice it for power. The development of protective magic specifically designed to counter the killing curse has produced some of magical theory's most profound insights into the nature of love, sacrifice, and the connections between individuals that transcend physical existence. The protection created by Lily Potter's sacrifice for her son demonstrates that certain forms of love generate magical effects so powerful that even the ultimate expression of magical evil cannot overcome them. The research into killing curse resistance has revealed that the spell's apparent invincibility stems not from inherent magical superiority, but from its direct attack on life force. That most protective magic is not designed to defend. Barriers that can stop the most powerful destructive spells prove useless against magic that bypasses physical defenses to strike directly at the target's essential existence. The historical impact of the killing curse on wizarding society extends far beyond its use as a weapon to encompass the legal, social, and philosophical changes that have resulted from the existence of magic that can end life instantly and painlessly. The knowledge that such power exists has influenced everything from magical law enforcement procedures to personal relationships, creating awareness that magical conflict can escalate to ultimate consequences with terrifying ease. The legal framework surrounding unforgivable curse prosecution reflect societal judgment that certain magical acts are so fundamentally wrong that they warrant the harshest possible punishment, regardless of circumstances or claimed justification. The life sentences imposed on those convicted of using these curses demonstrate collective recognition that some violations of others cannot be forgiven or rehabilitated through conventional justice systems. The Imperius curse represents perhaps the most insidious form of magical violation, as it attacks not the body or even life itself, but the fundamental autonomy and free will that define conscious existence. When a wizard casts Imperio upon another person, they create a form of magical slavery that reduces thinking, feeling individuals to mere extensions of the caster's will, capable of being commanded to perform any action regardless of their own desires, moral beliefs, or survival instinct. The magic underlying mind control operates through direct interference with the neural pathways that govern decision-making and voluntary action, creating artificial impulses that feel like the victim's own thoughts, while overriding their genuine intentions and moral judgments. The curse's effectiveness stems from its ability to make victims believe they are choosing their actions freely, while actually compelling them to obey the caster's commands without question or resistance. The psychological damage inflicted by Imperius curse victimization extends far beyond the period of actual control to encompass lasting trauma related to violation of personal autonomy and the confusion about which actions and thoughts were genuinely their own versus those imposed through magical compulsion. Victims often struggle with questions of responsibility for acts committed while under the curse's influence, experiencing guilt and shame for actions they were magically compelled to perform. The detection of Imperius curse influence presents ongoing challenges for magical law enforcement, as skilled practitioners can create compulsions so subtle that victims remain unaware of their controlled state while appearing to act according to their own free will. The legal system's attempts to distinguish between voluntary criminal behavior and actions performed under magical compulsion have created complex precedents about responsibility, intent, and the nature of free will itself. The resistance techniques developed by individuals with strong mental discipline demonstrate that the Imperius curse, despite its power, is not absolutely irresistible to all victims. Those who maintain clear awareness of their own values and decision-making processes can sometimes recognize when thoughts and impulses are being imposed from outside and resist the compulsion through concentrated effort and moral clarity. The strategic applications of mind control magic in warfare and intelligence operations have created ethical dilemmas about the appropriate use of magic that can extract information or compel cooperation without the victim's knowledge or consent. The ability to control enemy agents, extract secrets, or compel betrayals raises questions about the limits of acceptable tactics, even in conflicts where ultimate survival may be at stake. The Cruciatus Curse embodies the deliberate infliction of suffering as an end in itself, representing the transformation of sadistic impulses into magical capability that can cause agony beyond anything possible through conventional torture. When a witch or wizard casts Crucio with genuine desire to cause pain, they create magical effects that stimulate every pain receptor in the victim's body simultaneously, while preventing the natural responses like unconsciousness that normally provide escape from unbearable suffering. The magic underlying torture curses operates through direct manipulation of the nervous system's pain-sensing mechanisms, creating sensations of injury and trauma, without causing corresponding physical damage that might limit the duration or intensity of suffering. The curse's ability to maintain extreme pain indefinitely makes it a perfect instrument for those who derive satisfaction from others' agony, or who wish to extract information through methods that leave no physical evidence. The psychological requirements for successfully casting torture curses reveal the depth of moral corruption necessary to transform another's pain into personal satisfaction. The spell demands not just willingness to cause harm, but active enjoyment of others' suffering, requiring a level of sadistic satisfaction that represents fundamental abandonment of empathy and human connection. The long-term effects of Cruciatus torture on victims include not just the immediate trauma of experiencing unbearable pain, but lasting psychological damage that can manifest as severe anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress that may never fully resolve. The curse's ability to inflict suffering that exceeds normal human experience creates trauma so profound that conventional healing methods prove inadequate to address its effects. The use of torture curses for interrogation purposes raises ethical questions about the reliability of information obtained through extreme duress, and the moral cost of using methods that inflict unnecessary suffering, even on enemies who possess vital information. The knowledge that such techniques exist creates pressure to employ them in desperate situations while simultaneously challenging fundamental beliefs about human dignity and acceptable treatment of prisoners. The development of mental healing techniques specifically designed to address torture curse trauma has advanced understanding of how magical healing can address psychological as well as physical injuries. These specialized treatments require not just knowledge of healing magic, but understanding of trauma, psychology, and the complex interactions between magical and mental health that characterize victims of dark magic attacks. Beyond the 3 unforgivable curses lies a vast catalogue of dark magic that demonstrates the creativity and thoroughness with which human cruelty can be expressed through magical means. The Horcrux creation process represents perhaps the ultimate expression of magical evil, requiring not just the casting of specific spells, but the deliberate commission of murder, combined with magical techniques so vile that even the most comprehensive texts on dark magic refuse to describe them in detail. The theoretical foundation underlying Horcrux creation involves the literal splitting of the soul through acts of ultimate evil, combined with magical binding techniques that anchor the severed soul fragments within chosen objects. The process requires understanding of soul magic so advanced and dangerous that most practitioners die in the attempt, while those who succeed transform themselves into creatures that exist in a state between life and death that offers immortality at the cost of everything that makes existence meaningful. The magical objects created through Horcrux techniques become repositories of evil that corrupt everything around them, demonstrating how dark magic can imbue inanimate matter with malevolent consciousness that actively seeks to harm anyone who encounters it. The diary created by Tom Riddle during his student years represents a perfect example of how Horcrux magic can create seemingly innocent objects that possess both intelligence and malicious intent. The destruction of Horcruxes requires magical techniques so dangerous that they threaten the life of anyone attempting to eliminate these anchored soul fragments. The methods that can destroy Horcrux objects, basilisk venom, Fiendfyre, certain other highly destructive magical forces, are themselves so hazardous that using them represents accepting enormous personal risk in service of eliminating even greater evil. The psychological impact of creating Horcruxes extends beyond the immediate moral corruption required for their manufacture to encompass fundamental alterations in the creator's relationship with life, death, and human connection. Those who split their souls through Horcrux creation reportedly lose the capacity for genuine remorse, empathy, or love, becoming creatures that retain human appearance while lacking essential human characteristics. Fiendfyre represents another pinnacle of destructive dark magic, creating cursed flames that burn with supernatural intensity while possessing their own malevolent intelligence that drives them to seek out and destroy everything within reach. Unlike controlled fire magic that responds to the caster's will, Fiendfyre actively resists direction and seeks to escape containment, growing stronger with each act of destruction, while taking on forms that reflect the darkest aspects of the caster's imagination. The magic underlying cursed fire operates through binding destructive impulses into flame that possesses characteristics more associated with living creatures than inanimate forces. The fire hunts with purpose and intelligence, manifests as serpents, dragons, and other predatory forms, and demonstrates problem-solving abilities that allow it to overcome obstacles and defenses that might stop conventional magical attacks. The historical applications of Fiendfyre in magical warfare demonstrate both its devastating effectiveness and the terrible risks associated with its use. Entire fortifications have been reduced to ash by uncontrolled cursed fire, while the wizards who summoned it often perished alongside their enemies when the flames turned upon anyone within reach, regardless of their original allegiance or intention. The containment and extinguishing of Fiendfyre requires magical techniques so advanced that few wizards possess the knowledge necessary to stop cursed fire once it has been released. The spells that can control or eliminate Fiendfyre are themselves dangerous enough to kill inexperienced practitioners, creating situations where the cure may prove as deadly as the original curse. The development of cursed fire has led to research into defensive magic, specifically designed to protect against supernatural flames that cannot be extinguished through conventional means. These protective techniques require understanding of fire magic, curse theory, and defensive enchantments that few practitioners master completely enough to provide reliable protection against truly uncontrolled Fiendfyre. The broader category of torture and mutilation curses demonstrates the systematic creativity with which dark magic practitioners have developed methods for causing suffering that exceed anything possible through mundane cruelty. The entrail-expelling curse represents one of the most horrific examples of magic, designed purely to cause agony and death through prolonged suffering that serves no purpose beyond satisfying the caster's sadistic impulses. The magic underlying systematic torture spells requires detailed knowledge of anatomy, physiology, and pain receptors that allows for precise infliction of maximum suffering while keeping victims alive long enough to experience every moment of agony. These curses represent the perversion of healing knowledge into instruments of cruelty that exploit medical understanding for purposes diametrically opposed to its intended use. The Transmigrifian torture demonstrates how dark magic can combine physical transformation with pain infliction to create suffering that transcends normal human experience through grotesque alteration of the victim's body while maintaining their consciousness and capacity for pain. The curse represents ultimate sadism, expressed through magical means that can sustain torture indefinitely while preventing escape through death or unconsciousness. The psychological profiles of individuals who develop and use systematic torture magic reveal patterns of moral development that represent fundamental failures of empathy and human connection. These practitioners often begin with lesser forms of cruelty, before gradually escalating to more extreme expressions of sadism, suggesting that dark magic use creates psychological changes that increase appetite for causing suffering while decreasing capacity for normal human relationships. The study of dark magic practitioners has revealed how prolonged use of evil spells creates feedback loops that reinforce and amplify the psychological characteristics that make such magic possible in the first place. Those who regularly cast torture curses reportedly become increasingly isolated from normal social connections, while developing obsessive focus on power and control over others that eventually consumes all other interests. Relationships. The legal and ethical frameworks for addressing dark magic use must balance the need to protect society from individuals who have demonstrated willingness to inflict ultimate harm against recognition that some practitioners may have been coerced or corrupted through circumstances beyond their control. The life sentences imposed for unforgivable curse use reflect societal judgment that certain violations are so severe that rehabilitation becomes impossible or irrelevant. The prevention of dark magic corruption has led to educational approaches that emphasize moral development alongside technical, magical instruction, recognizing that knowledge without ethical grounding creates practitioners who possess the capability for ultimate evil without the moral constraints that prevent its expression. The teaching of defense against dark arts includes not just protective techniques, but psychological preparation for encounters with forms of evil that challenge fundamental assumptions about human nature. The resistance to dark magic corruption requires active cultivation of the positive emotions and moral commitments that make ultimate evil impossible to embrace fully. Love, compassion, empathy, and genuine concern for others' welfare create psychological barriers that prevent most individuals from developing the mindset necessary for casting unforgivable curses effectively, demonstrating how moral development serves as the most reliable protection against corruption. The rehabilitation of individuals who have been exposed to dark magic influence requires specialized therapeutic approaches that address both the magical contamination and the psychological damage that results from contact with ultimate evil. These treatments recognize that exposure to dark magic creates changes that extend beyond simple knowledge to encompass alterations in thought patterns, emotional responses, and moral intuitions that may require years of careful work to address properly. The ongoing research into dark magic aims not to develop more effective methods of causing harm, but to understand the magical and psychological mechanisms that make such evil possible, with the ultimate goal of developing better protective techniques and therapeutic interventions for those who have been affected by exposure to ultimate corruption. The international cooperation required for combating dark magic includes sharing intelligence about dangerous practitioners, coordinating responses to dark magic attacks that cross national boundaries, and developing common standards for magical law enforcement that can address crimes involving techniques that transcend normal jurisdictional limitations. The detection of dark magic corruption in individuals, objects, and locations requires specialized techniques that can identify the distinctive magical signatures left by evil spells, while distinguishing between different types and levels of contamination. These detection methods prove crucial for law enforcement, security screening, and medical assessment of individuals who may have been exposed to corrupting influences. The disposal and containment of dark magic artifacts presents ongoing challenges for magical authorities who must prevent dangerous objects from falling into the wrong hands while avoiding the corrupting influence that results from extended contact with items imbued with evil magic. The specialized facilities required for storing such materials must provide both physical security and magical containment that prevents the artifacts from influencing their guardians. The study of historical dark magic incidents provides insights into how evil spreads through magical communities and the factors that make some individuals more susceptible to corruption than others. These historical analyses help inform prevention strategies and early intervention programs designed to identify and address dark magic influence before it progresses to irreversible stages. As students encounter the reality of dark magic's existence and power, they must grapple with fundamental questions about the nature of evil, the limits of acceptable magical practice, and their own moral responsibility for how they choose to use the knowledge and power available to them. The awareness that such ultimate expressions of cruelty exist within the realm of magical possibility serves as both warning and motivation, warning about the depths to which human nature can sink when freed from normal constraints, and motivation to choose paths that lead toward light rather than darkness, service rather than dominion, love rather than hatred in all their magical endeavors. In the sunlit chambers where laughter echoes through ancient stones and the very air sparkles with the residue of countless moments of pure delight, there exists a collection of spells that represents magic at its most joyous and life-affirming. These are not the grim necessities of defense or the solemn responsibilities of healing, but the enchantments that celebrate the fundamental goodness of existence. Magic that exists purely to bring happiness, create beauty, inspire wonder, and remind every witch and wizard that the greatest power in the universe is the ability to transform darkness into light through the simple act of choosing joy over despair. The cheering charm stands as perhaps the most direct application of magical power to the enhancement of human happiness, demonstrating how focused intention can literally brighten someone's emotional state through careful manipulation of the neurochemical processes that govern mood and outlook. When properly cast, this gentle enchantment works not by imposing artificial emotions, but by removing the temporary barriers that prevent natural happiness from expressing itself fully, clearing away the accumulated stress and worry that cloud the spirit's innate capacity for joy. The magic underlying mood enhancement operates through subtle influence on the magical aura that surrounds every living being, adjusting the energy patterns that reflect and influence emotional states, while respecting the fundamental autonomy that allows each person to choose their response to circumstances. The spell cannot create genuine happiness where none exists, but it can reveal and strengthen the seeds of contentment that remain dormant within even the most troubled hearts, waiting for the right conditions to bloom into full expression. The careful calibration required for effective mood magic reflects the delicate nature of emotional manipulation and the importance of achieving enhancement rather than artificial replacement of genuine feelings. Too little magical influence produces no noticeable effect, while excessive application can result in manic episodes of uncontrollable laughter that prove as distressing as the sadness the spell was intended to address. Master practitioners learn to read the emotional signatures of their subjects and adjust their magical approach accordingly. The therapeutic applications of cheering magic extend far beyond simple mood improvement to encompass treatment of depression, anxiety, and other conditions that prevent people from accessing their natural capacity for happiness and emotional well-being. Healers specializing in psychological magic understand that the cheering charm serves best as support for other treatments rather than complete solution, providing temporary relief that allows patients to engage more effectively with longer-term therapeutic approaches. The ethical considerations surrounding mood manipulation magic include questions about consent, authenticity, and the right of individuals to experience their genuine emotions even when those feelings are painful or inconvenient. The ability to alter someone's emotional state without their knowledge raises concerns about psychological autonomy and the importance of allowing people to process difficult experiences naturally rather than having their feelings artificially modified for others' comfort. The social applications of cheering magic have shaped wizarding culture in ways both obvious and subtle, creating communities where chronic sadness and despair are treated as treatable conditions rather than inevitable aspects of human existence. The knowledge that magical mood enhancement is available influences how magical societies approach everything from education and employment to justice and public health, creating expectations that emotional suffering can and should be addressed through magical intervention. Advanced practitioners of emotional magic learn to create more sophisticated effects than simple mood elevation, developing techniques that can inspire specific positive emotions like courage, hope, compassion, or wonder according to the particular needs of different situations. These targeted emotional enhancements require deep understanding of psychology and emotional development, alongside technical mastery of mood manipulation techniques. The creation of beauty through spells like Orchideus represents magic's capacity to bring aesthetic pleasure and natural wonder into environments that might otherwise lack such uplifting influences. The conjuring of flowers demonstrates how magical power can be applied not to achieve practical goals or overcome obstacles, but simply to make the world more beautiful, more fragrant, more visually delightful for everyone who encounters the results. The magic underlying botanical conjuration operates through principles that combine creation, growth acceleration, and environmental manipulation to produce living flowers that possess all the characteristics of naturally grown blooms while appearing instantly in locations where such plants could not normally survive. The conjured flowers typically last for several hours before gradually fading, providing temporary beauty that brightens spaces and spirits without creating permanent environmental changes. The variety and complexity of floral displays achievable through botanical magic reflect the caster's knowledge of different plant species, their growth requirements, and the aesthetic principles that create visually pleasing arrangements. Advanced practitioners can conjure entire gardens of coordinated blooms that change color and arrangement over time, creating dynamic displays that evolve throughout their magical lifespan. The psychological impact of encountering unexpected beauty through magically conjured flowers demonstrates how aesthetic experiences can influence mood and outlook in ways that transcend simple visual pleasure. The surprise of discovering blooms in unexpected places, the delight of experiencing perfect fragrance, and the satisfaction of witnessing creation rather than destruction all contribute to emotional responses that can brighten entire days. The cultural significance of flower magic varies between different magical communities, with some traditions emphasizing the spiritual symbolism of different blooms while others focus on the pure aesthetic pleasure of beautiful arrangements. The universal appeal of floral beauty makes flower conjuration one of the most widely appreciated forms of decorative magic across diverse magical cultures. Entertainment magic encompasses a vast array of spells designed specifically to amuse, delight, and create memorable experiences that bring people together in shared enjoyment. Purple firecrackers represent one category of such magic, creating spectacular visual and auditory effects that serve no purpose beyond providing moments of wonder and excitement for observers. The magic underlying pyrotechnic entertainment operates through controlled manipulation of magical fire and light that can produce effects impossible to achieve through mundane fireworks while maintaining safety levels that make such displays suitable for close-range observation. The colors, patterns, and behaviors of magical fireworks can be precisely controlled to create coordinated shows that tell stories or illustrate themes through sequential visual elements. Colored spark spells demonstrate how even simple magical effects can serve important social and emotional functions when applied creatively to celebration and communication. Green sparks, white sparks, blue sparks, and their variations provide instant visual signals that can express joy, call attention, or simply add moments of magical delight to ordinary activities. The applications of spark magic extend from practical signaling and emergency communication to artistic expression and party entertainment, demonstrating how versatile magical techniques become when freed from purely utilitarian constraints. The ability to create instant bursts of colorful light proves useful for everything from magical photography to coordinated group celebrations. Advanced entertainment magic encompasses techniques that can create complex illusions, temporary magical creatures for amusement, and environmental effects that transform ordinary spaces into fantastic venues for celebration and wonder. These sophisticated applications require not just technical magical skill, but artistic sensibility and understanding of what creates memorable and meaningful experiences for diverse audiences. Recreational movement magic like Tarantellegra represents the intersection of magical compulsion with voluntary participation in joyful physical expression. The dancing feet spell creates irresistible urges to dance that can transform somber gatherings into celebrations while providing physical exercise and emotional release that benefits participants' overall well-being. The magic underlying compelled dancing operates through gentle manipulation of motor control systems that override conscious movement decisions while maintaining the coordination and rhythm necessary for pleasurable dance experiences. The spell creates the sensation of music even in silent environments, providing internal rhythms that guide movements and make the compelled dancing feel natural and enjoyable rather than alien or distressing. The social dynamics created by group dancing magic demonstrate how shared physical experiences can break down social barriers and create connections between people who might otherwise remain isolated from each other. The universal nature of rhythmic movement provides common ground that transcends differences in background, personality, or social status. The therapeutic applications of dance magic include treatment of depression, social anxiety, and physical conditions that benefit from increased movement and exercise. The magical compulsion eliminates self-consciousness and inhibition that might prevent people from engaging in beneficial physical activity, while the joyful nature of dancing provides positive emotional experiences that support overall mental health. The regulation of compulsion-based entertainment magic requires careful balance between allowing beneficial recreational uses and preventing abuse of techniques that override personal autonomy. Legal frameworks governing dance magic typically require consent from participants, while prohibiting use of such spells for harassment, humiliation, or any purpose that serves the caster's interests rather than the target's well-being. Escapist magic through innovations like the patented Daydream charm represents sophisticated psychological magic that provides temporary relief from difficult circumstances through controlled fantasy experiences that feel completely real to the participant. These magical escapes offer 30 minutes of vivid, immersive experiences chosen by the user from a range of pleasant scenarios designed to provide relaxation, adventure, or wish fulfillment. The magic underlying controlled fantasy experiences operates through careful manipulation of memory, sensation, and temporal perception that creates artificial experiences indistinguishable from reality, while maintaining safety barriers that prevent psychological damage or addiction to fantasy over actual life. The experiences are designed to conclude naturally, leaving participants refreshed and better able to cope with their real circumstances. The psychological benefits of temporary escapism include stress reduction, creative inspiration, and the emotional restoration that comes from experiencing success, adventure, or romance in safe, controlled environments. The magical fantasies can provide models for positive thinking and goal setting that influence real-world behavior and decision-making in beneficial ways. The ethical considerations surrounding fantasy magic include questions about the appropriate extent of escape from reality and the potential for escapist experiences to become substitutes for genuine personal growth and problem-solving. Responsible use of daydream magic requires balance between beneficial temporary relief and continued engagement with actual life challenges and opportunities. The commercial development of standardized fantasy experiences has created new industries within magical communities, with specialized producers creating carefully crafted scenarios that serve different psychological needs while maintaining appropriate safety and ethical standards. The quality and variety of available experiences continue to expand as understanding of fantasy magic improves. Celebratory magic encompasses the specialized spells and techniques that mark important occasions and transitions in magical communities, creating shared experiences that strengthen social bonds while honoring significant moments in individuals' lives and community history. Christmas enchantments, wedding magic, and similar ceremonial applications demonstrate how magical power serves social and spiritual purposes beyond practical utility. The magic underlying seasonal celebrations operates through environmental modification that can transform ordinary spaces into wonderlands that embody the spirit and symbolism of particular holidays or occasions. Snow indoors, floating candles, self-decorating trees, and similar effects create immersive environments that enhance the emotional impact of celebrations while providing memorable experiences for participants. Wedding magic represents one of the most complex applications of celebratory enchantment, typically involving coordination of multiple magical effects that serve both practical and symbolic purposes throughout extended ceremonies. Protective charms ensure guest safety, while decorative magic creates beautiful settings, and specialized binding spells may formalize magical aspects of marriage contracts that extend beyond mundane legal recognition. The cultural variations in celebratory magic reflect different traditions and values within diverse magical communities, with some emphasizing elaborate displays, while others prefer subtle enhancements that support, rather than overshadow, the human elements of important occasions. The role of magic in celebration must be carefully balanced with respect for tradition and individual preferences. The preservation of celebratory traditions through magical means allows communities to maintain cultural continuity even when scattered across great distances or facing disruption from war, persecution, or social change. Magical celebrations can recreate ancestral environments and experiences that might otherwise be lost, providing connections to heritage and identity. Quidditch magic represents a unique category of recreational enchantment that combines athletic competition with magical spectacle, creating sporting experiences that exceed anything possible through mundane athletics while maintaining the physical challenge and strategic complexity that make competition meaningful and exciting for both participants and observers. The magical enhancement of sporting equipment through spells that affect broom performance, ball behavior, and field conditions requires careful regulation to ensure fair competition while allowing for the spectacular aerial displays and strategic complexity that make magical sports distinctive and entertaining. The balance between magical enhancement and athletic skill creates unique competitive dynamics not found in mundane sports. Bludger, control magic, demonstrates how aggressive magical objects can be safely incorporated into competitive activities through careful enchantment that creates genuine physical challenge while preventing serious injury to participants. The semi-autonomous behavior of attacking balls requires sophisticated magic that can distinguish between appropriate competitive aggression and dangerous escalation. Golden snitch enchantments represent perhaps the most complex sporting magic, creating objects that possess sufficient intelligence and mobility to provide meaningful challenge for elite athletes, while maintaining the unpredictability that makes their capture exciting for spectators. The delicate balance of snitch behavior requires constant magical adjustment throughout matches. The cultural significance of magical sports extends beyond simple entertainment to encompass community identity, international diplomacy, and economic activity that supports entire industries devoted to equipment manufacturing, venue maintenance, and professional competition management. The magical sports industry demonstrates how recreational magic can become the foundation for significant economic and social activity. Laughter magic through spells like Rictus Sempra shows how the involuntary physical expressions of joy can be magically induced while maintaining the psychological benefits associated with genuine laughter. The tickling sensations created by such spells trigger natural laughter responses that provide the stress relief and endorphin release associated with spontaneous humor. The magic underlying involuntary laughter operates through gentle stimulation of nerve pathways that create tickling sensations while avoiding the discomfort or distress that might result from excessive or prolonged stimulation. The spell creates pleasurable experiences that participants typically enjoy, even when initially surprised by the magical tickling. The social applications of laughter magic include ice breaking at gatherings, therapeutic intervention for individuals struggling with depression or excessive seriousness, and conflict resolution situations where shared laughter can diffuse tension and restore perspective to heated disagreements. The psychological benefits of magically induced laughter mirror those associated with natural humor, including stress hormone reduction, immune system enhancement, and improved social bonding between people who share pleasurable experiences. The magical triggering of laughter can provide these benefits even when circumstances do not naturally inspire humor. The ethical boundaries surrounding involuntary laughter magic require respect for personal dignity and consent, ensuring that laughter spells serve beneficial purposes rather than humiliation or control. The difference between good-natured magical humor and magical bullying often depends on the intentions behind spell use and the social context in which such magic is applied. Fear transformation magic, exemplified by Ridiculous, demonstrates how magical technique can be combined with psychological insight to address serious emotional problems through approaches that emphasize empowerment and positive reframing, rather than simple magical fixes. The spell that forces boggarts to assume ridiculous forms works by compelling, shape-shifting fear creatures to manifest targets amusing rather than terrifying associations. The magic underlying fear transformation operates through psychological analysis that identifies the specific aspects of feared objects or situations that create anxiety, then magically manipulates perception to emphasize absurd or comical elements that undermine the fear response. The technique requires active participation from the person facing their fears, making it as much psychological exercise as magical intervention. The therapeutic applications of fear transformation extend beyond boggart encounters to include treatment of phobias, anxiety disorders, and trauma-related conditions that respond well to approaches, emphasizing personal empowerment and cognitive reframing. The magical component provides dramatic demonstration of fear's ultimate powerlessness against determined, properly supported resistance. The educational value of fear transformation teaches crucial lessons about the nature of fear itself, demonstrating how many frightening things lose their power when confronted directly with appropriate support and techniques. The experience of successfully transforming fear into laughter provides confidence and skills that transfer to non-magical situations. The group dynamics involved in fear transformation exercises create supportive environments where people can face individual fears while receiving encouragement and assistance from others dealing with similar challenges. The shared experience of overcoming fear through magical means builds community bonds while providing practical techniques for future fear management. Rose growth magic and similar botanical acceleration spells demonstrate how magical enhancement of natural beauty can create environments that support emotional well-being and aesthetic appreciation while working with, rather than against, natural processes. The acceleration of flowering provides instant gratification while maintaining connection to genuine natural cycles and plant life. The magic underlying plant growth acceleration requires understanding of botanical processes, nutritional requirements, and environmental factors that influence healthy plant development. Successful growth magic provides plants with the resources and conditions they need while compressing the time frame for natural development. The applications of accelerated plant growth extend from instant landscaping and garden creation to agricultural enhancement and habitat restoration projects that can transform degraded environments into thriving ecosystems within dramatically reduced timeframes. The combination of magical acceleration with ecological knowledge can produce remarkable environmental improvements. The aesthetic benefits of rapid plant growth include the ability to create beautiful environments for special occasions, transform drab spaces into inspiring locations, and provide natural beauty in situations where normal growing seasons would make such improvements impossible or impractical. The sustainability considerations surrounding growth magic require attention to long-term plant health and environmental impact, ensuring that magically accelerated plants remain healthy after the magical enhancement ends, and that rapid growth does not create ecological imbalances or resource depletion problems. The integration of joy-focused magic with other branches of spellwork creates possibilities for hybrid approaches that combine practical benefits with emotional enhancement, therapeutic applications that address multiple aspects of well-being simultaneously, and educational techniques that make learning more enjoyable and memorable through positive emotional association. The cultural evolution of celebratory and entertainment magic reflects changing social values and technological capabilities within magical communities, with new forms of magical recreation and celebration emerging as understanding of psychological and social benefits expands alongside technical magical capabilities. The international exchange of entertainment magic traditions has created cross-cultural fertilization that enriches the available repertoire of joyful magic, while demonstrating how different cultural approaches to celebration and recreation can complement and enhance each other through respectful sharing and adaptation. The economic impact of entertainment magic includes industries devoted to magical entertainment production, celebratory services, and recreational equipment that support significant employment, while contributing to community well-being through the provision of joy-enhancing services and products. The research frontiers in happiness magic continue to explore more sophisticated techniques for emotional enhancement, better understanding of the relationship between magical intervention and psychological well-being, and development of therapeutic applications that can address serious mental health conditions through approaches that emphasize empowerment and positive emotional experiences. The training methodologies for entertainment and celebratory magic emphasize creativity, empathy, and understanding of human psychology, alongside technical, magical skills, recognizing that effective joy-bringing magic requires practitioners who understand what creates meaningful, positive experiences for diverse individuals and communities. The specialization within recreational magic has produced experts in areas such as event planning, therapeutic entertainment, educational applications, and artistic expression, who develop capabilities that extend far beyond basic spellcasting into sophisticated understanding of human nature and social dynamics. As students progress from simple mood enhancement magic into the advanced techniques that can transform entire communities through shared celebration and wonder, they carry with them the understanding that joy-focused magic represents both humanity's greatest gift to itself and its most important responsibility toward others. The spells they learn to cast, the beauty they create, and the laughter they inspire connect them to the fundamental goodness that makes all other magical achievement meaningful, transforming them from mere wielders of power into gardeners of human happiness, who understand that the greatest magic is that which makes life worth living for everyone it touches. And so our journey through the complete tapestry of magical knowledge draws to its peaceful close. From the first tentative lumos cast by nervous first years to the most complex protections woven by masters of the craft, we have witnessed the full spectrum of what magic can achieve when guided by human will and intention. Each spell we have explored carries within it not just the power to change the physical world, but the deeper magic of possibility itself, the understanding that reality is malleable to those who possess both the knowledge and the wisdom to reshape it responsibly. As you drift toward dreams, carry with you the wonder of this vast magical universe, where every incantation represents centuries of discovery, refinement, and hope. Sleep peacefully, knowing that in the world of magic, there is always another spell to learn, another mystery to unravel, another way to bring light into darkness. Sweet dreams, young wizard, and may your rest be filled with the gentle glow of magical knowledge, forever expanding like ripples in an enchanted pond.